so cold. Rocket dreams, resilience in the fold. Hedge pressurizing, the charts are bold. Daily bands rapping, stories untold. Riding with rockets through your AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hold never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Tread roll, the pulse ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with your AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts. Midnight glory. Sanctuary in awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
Howdy friends, welcome back. Another exciting trading day. Me, your friend, trading with Matt. You look today? How do I look today? Oh shoot, yeah, actually so I shaved this morning and I have my so I have my electric razor, right? And I have a whole routine. I have a setting for this and a setting for this. This grows thicker than this. So I gotta the mustache is always the thickest part. So I gotta shave this shorter and this slightly longer, and then it's all like even looking, right? Well, I put the shorter setting on and started going like this, and I was like, oh shit. So it kind of all went away for a little bit. Slightly, where does Scruffle Beard go, Matt? Speaking of the name Matt, somebody told me weird troll the other day was like, you only changed your name to Matt so that you can sound like Trades by Matt, and I was like, my name's been Matt since I was a baby. But I did get a time machine, go back in time, knowing what I know now. I changed my legal name to Matt. Actually, Matt is the most common trading name in all of trading. I can tell you, there are dozens of Matts. On My Fund and Futures TV, there are 2 Matts already. And then the CEO's name is Matt. It's a Mattapalooza over there. Anywho. I thought that was a hilarious comment. People say the funny. I can't tell if you guys are trolling me to be funny or y'all are trolling me to be weird. Because y'all, I love y'all's jokes. Y'all. It's the best part about coming to work is sitting here and having like my own friends just talk shit to me all day. It's hilarious. But I think that was a random weirdo. Slightly tired of Matt. Matt's coffee hasn't kicked in. Good morning, guys. It's been quite a day. I crushed some longs out the door yesterday. We talked about them. You know how that goes. I'm like way up already again. This has just been crazy freaking, I don't know, trading month. I'd love to just sit here and just like, you know, figure out what's going on. But I'm like on a month-long winning streak. It's been crazy. And it continues today. To answer your question, yes, I'm starting off the morning again, up $10,000. Crazy, right? Well, it is what it is. So anyways, welcome to the stream. We'll see how well today goes. I'll probably fuck it all up by the end of the day, and then this will be the day I lose, who knows. But good morning, everybody. PB, Volkspark, James Sullivan, Top Man, Fraser, DJN X, Nathan, D, Serdar, Brutal, what's up? Oh, by the way, seeing Serdar's name reminds me, I need to get the prizes out for the song contest and tell you guys what they are. The lifetimes already, I've given those out, but or if you haven't got them, reach out to Slacks. All the rest of the prize, we can get that organized this week or or giving it out ASAP. Okay. Everyone else, Tyler, Fraser, Roger, Vision, JC, JD, Trady, Jeremer, Fraser, anyone else comments? Good morning, guys. Good morning. We're all the way down the list. Data's week. And then, yeah, an accidental short order left in 87, so it worked out. Ooh, very nice. Yeah, you know, the market just like trickled up all night, and now we're selling off pretty hard. Honestly, guys, look, yesterday could have been a hint of what today is going to be like. Let me go back to my old... Get to the old... I keep saying that because I saw that meme you guys posted. All right. So be careful that yesterday wasn't a sign of what's to come today. Today wasn't like an attempt to sell. We just retraced a little bit, and then now it's like the big day. VIX is still in the weird spot. I wouldn't sleep on it. It's hard to believe that we're going to get a big rally breakout to the moon day today. We shall see. We are opening flat. You guys know how much I love to hate flat open markets. Open MHP 67.23 down here at the bottom for overnight. 978 over here. It was pretty simple. I don't have the blue drawn, but the 082 was the level right here. How many people last night that were trading took a hedge pressure long? I did. That's 10K. That was it. We fell right to it. I took the long right up to there. Traded a little bit more. I closed out on that V, and then as it was starting to consolidate, I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna get back in. Once we started holding yesterday's close and sitting there, I was like, okay, well, yeah, let me get on the long, and then I closed out, you know, probably about like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, something like that. So, and now the market's starting to pull back a lot of what we saw with some violence. Be very careful today that we don't just like yesterday, open and just plunge. VIX is still above the continuing midpoint, so we still got the old triple B. Give it the old triple B twist. So right here. You can see we have not solidified the strong non-volatile bull market. Today can be the crash day. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, today could be the crash day. So be very fucking careful buying the dip today. Volatility supports big, wide swinging moves. Inch up, inch up, inch up, elevator down. Okay. So this and the retrace could be the start of a bigger move. If it does start to sell really hard, it's going to try to take out the lows. Just be careful. Not that I'm betting that it's going to happen, but it can happen. Okay. Overnight plays that got me green already. Did I just literally said it like a minute ago? Take the stream back this way. About hedge pressure, dude. Straight up. I posted in Discord. Straight up. Usually when I make a trade overnight, I'll talk about it in Discord. Post the results, all that stuff. Yeah, yesterday was pretty simple. Like the market just gapped down, went up, fell to hedge. caught the long, went right to there, closed out. Then we sort of stabilized above yesterday's close, sorry. And then somewhere around like here, I jumped in and then got out on that big ramp up, like somewhere like in here. Pretty simple. Like, yeah, I was consolidating here and then I got out like, I think like there. I think it was here, yeah. So I took that, and I was done. Oh, sorry, here, NASDAQ. Oh, that's right. It was on NASDAQ over here. Took that, closed, waited, took that and closed. And done. You shorted towards the MHP in the reverse position MHP. Yeah, Jan in chat was like, he took both sides of it, which is great. This is what I like about the Discord too. I'm not like, you know, it's not like a Discord where I give call outs or anything. You guys are like completely, I go on my Discord as like a member of the Discord, hanging out, watching you guys talk about your trades. Like our Discord is so different than everyone else. Everyone else goes to a Discord because they're like, oh, I hope the guru is going to give me plays and tell me where to buy or sell. I go in there and you guys tell me what y'all are doing. And it's great. And I look at there and y'all are all making trades. Everybody's like yelling at each other. Somebody buy hedge pressure. You know, it's like, oh, I shorted to it. Then I bought. And then I'm watching you guys' genius plays. And I'm like, oh yeah, guys, me too. Hey, y'all, look at me too. We're the absolute opposite Discord than the average Discord, and they're also one of the biggest, which is crazy. I love the new culture change over here. People are hanging out like, oh, Matt, tell us what to do. When I take trades overnight, do I tell my Discord about them? Oh, you just asked that question. Afterwards, yeah, like I'll tell people like, hey, I made the trade or whatever. Or if I'm getting into the trade, I'm like, yeah, hey, I'm gonna long in hedge pressure. But don't get that in your mind that my Discord is a place where I give call outs. Again, Matt, Weird Ethical Matt has this thing against Discord call outs. And the one thing I'll never do is continuously try to post about my trades ahead of time so that people can follow me. I try not to do that. For the sake of, we really want you guys to learn. So in the Discord, I did talk about this one. Usually I'll say, hey, I longed at hedge pressure or I longed at MHP. I'll say that. Like, you know, just like on the stream, hey, I'm longing here. But I'm not like, at everyone, buy the dip, let's go. You know, it's not like a coordinated effort where I try to tell people place. I just do it for my own transparency. When I post in Discord, is that members only? Yes, sir. Now again, the reason for that is you know, Discord is free, by the way, if you use the platform. That's it. So it's a Discord for platform users. If you're using our platform, you're in a boot camp, Discord access is free. It used to be public, but then you get a bunch of weird fucking goofballs. Most of you guys are goofballs, but you get the trolls and the crypto salesmen and all that stuff coming in there. World Free Speech, big flight show, something media explosion in California. Multiple flights are with 8 feet. I don't know what you're trying to tell me, World Free Speech. Yes. Have fun at the air show. Place long last night, I have 3 minis. Yeah, for me, it's like, I love the idea that I created a culture and a trading style. And I get to like sit back and watch you guys and y'all get it. Y'all are like telling each other what you did. Hey man, I bought this, I bought that. Oh, I bought this. Hey, did you guys get in on this? Like y'all know what to do without me being there. And I love it. Like my Discord is so different. I'm the least active person in my own Discord compared to everybody Discord out there. And I'm also the largest paid Discord in futures on the planet, which is the craziest thing. We have over 10,000 active subscribers in futures. So prop futures Discord, we're bigger than just about anybody that's had Discord out there. And so, and it's the craziest part is that it's community led, which is so cool and different. Philip. I love that. I love jumping the Discord and watching you guys talk about like the shit you've killed. Like, oh man, I killed this trade today. Oh, I did this, I did that. And I'm like, I like to be a member in my own Discord rather than a influential trade plan giver. And the idea is part of my weird training culture, which is that you guys Once I teach you and you teach each other, that's how you learn. And that's how we created our culture. Oh, by the way, my P&L, I gotta put that shit on the screen. My bad, hold on. But it doesn't mean I'm not there. I love to read, but I love to sit back and just kind of like observe, see what you guys are doing. I didn't add it up yet, but this is the P&L already. That might be more than 10K actually. Hold up. Bum, bum, bum. All right, guys, take the day off. Gonna go play golf. We'll see you later. Great trading day. Thanks for tuning into the stream. My name's Matt. I'm out. Peace. So. I forgot to. I'm out. Bye. See you later. So I'm gonna compete in Pat Whelan's global futures contest thing, so I can go out there and have some fun with that. You guys, if y'all want it, the Legends thing they're doing, we might host our own Legends tournament pretty soon. Let's see what. Let me see. How much is that? GBT. Answer the question. Fuck, 16.5 already. What? I thought it was 10. I didn't really add it up too much. I was like, I know at least 10K today, so that is 16. That's better than I thought. Now I'm just waiting for a flat open. Dynamic hedge pressures. Hold on one second. Let me answer your question, bud. Hold on one second. Flat market open, so be very careful with resilience. It needs to be like 50 or higher, like really, really big for me to trust any kind of movement off of a flat market open. So somebody said, Ro joined Lifetime. Oh, awesome, bud, man. I'm so glad you did. I know you've been like you've been one of the most like curious person or one of the most curious people in YouTube about like our style. And I love the questions that you ask. You ask more detailed questions, which means, you know, you're hungry for kind of like a greater understanding of everything you learn, which is good. In Lifetime, you can be part of the actual process. Like, there's a lot of Lifetime members. You can network with people who do the back testing, we all theorize stuff together. So it'll be a really cool place for you to have fun with and get diving in and learning like the deeper meaning behind everything. As you guys know, being the creator of Rocket Gear, let me tell you what it is. It was a big experiment of mine to start creating tools that did what they did. And as we create and evolve, we collect data, we observe it together, we vote on it together. It gets slightly better and better as our understanding grows further. So you guys are actually watching a strategy being developed live over the last decade. And it like is where it is now based on like collaborative effort of like all the Lifetime members and stuff. As time goes by, as each year that goes by, our stuff gets stronger and stronger. So feel free to not just be part of Lifetime, you guys, but feel free to participate to whatever degree you want to. There's a bunch of really cool people that do data mining, and they have little groups that they've made and back testing, you know, Ian and Garrett and all those guys. So get dialed in. Speaking of Lifetime, guys, the sale ends today. We have a Lifetime sale usually like twice a year, 3 times a year at the most, for like a couple of days. This is from the songwriting contest. Lifetime is $1,500 off, which is the best it'll ever be. So that's the best sale we ever do. If you're like, I wanted to buy Lifetime, now's your time to do it. Till the end of the day, it's $2,500 instead of $4,000. So, you know, instead of paying your $200 a month membership fee and you want to just knock it out in one bite, it's the software access for life, all of the tools for life, everything we ever additionally make, you get for free. Bootcamp for free, Discord for free, everything for free, free. Just a single one-time purchase for software. $1,500 off. Hey, when Matt makes money overnight because there's less motivation to trade during the day. No, not necessarily true. I got plenty of room to move in these guys. These are uncapped, these two up here. So I can push these guys at 30,000 if I want to. Do I wait too long until MHP or hedge pressure? Yeah, to answer your question. So when market open for overnight, do dynamic hedge pressures update automatically? So they're one level for monthly, one level for weekly. And I took the weekly one off of here just to clean up the chart. There was a weekly one right here at 76, I believe, something like that. And it's two levels. I trade off of them just like I would with regular liquidity maps. And market fell to there. I longed. That was my trade. They're one levels for the overnight, and they also act as pivots throughout the same day. Same thing. They just could be bounce pivots. I normally just focus on MHP as much as I can if it's in the vicinity, like in the daytime sesh. In the overnight, the blue hedge pressure is pretty much all I've got sometimes, and so I use it. Yeah. Somebody says Matt is very quiet compared to many. I just pop in randomly. I'm always listening and watching, but I like to let you guys lead. I like to see like leaders emerge and teach each other. It's such a beautiful thing to create something and then have you guys run the torch, which means if my fucking blood pressure kills me tomorrow, Rocket Scooter's in good hands. You guys can keep it going without me, which I love. All right. I don't copy trades, so I'm trading multiple accounts at the same time. Yeah, Ninja Trader is a great way to do it. So I have TradeAbate desktop, and I have multiple DOMs sitting next to each other, and I just go through and I click to buy. I have the quantity preset, and I just click and buy, and that's it. And then so for the other prop firms, I have other browser instances open of TradeAbate. So I've got the browser open, which you can't do multiple DOMs in. Instead, I've got the account tab open. I just right-click trade, right-click trade, right-click trade, which is kind of like the hardest thing to do. And I know I probably should get more efficient with doing what I do in the prop space of juggling multiple accounts, like trading a Ninja Trader or something where it can be a little bit more organized instead of multiple instances. But I've just never made the switch. I got used to doing it the way I do it. And it's never because it's just because now I started doing like funded next. So I had to have another version of TradeAbate open. Yep. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Wonder if I had my indicator available on TradingView. TradingView is not powerful enough to run our tools. That's why we had to build our own cracked version of TradingView. TradingView is a very weak browser platform. It's good for charting and like basic indicators and stuff. But, Pine Script and all the TradingView features are very weak and couldn't at all process our calculations. Not only that, it doesn't have the data feeds to do so. So we couldn't be in TradingView if we wanted to. However, what some people have made are TradingView versions of Rocket Scooter. If you're in our community, they can get you that. And what it is you go in there and type in the indicators values, and then it publishes it on your own TradingView. So you can go in there and like, this is hedge pressure, these are the zones, and you just type it in, and then it draws it for you. And people have shared that in our own, there's a section of the Discord called Member Made Tools. What, like somebody just comes in here and spams the chat USDJPY. Okay, cool. Dollar versus the yen. Let's go. Thanks for letting us know 17 times. That's what you're looking at. Appreciate it. Up, down, left, right. You got a call out with that? Oh my gosh. Y'all are hilarious. I took some trades last night. Yes, sir. Longs and longs, baby. Last night, and now it's deleted on my chart right here, but I bought hedge pressure. I took that little V right there, just this V right here. And then I closed out. Then when we consolidated here, I jumped in again. I dock and I made stakes. And then I Finish cooking the steaks and add money when it closed out. 30K, you won't do it? Oh, yes. Oh, you're the reverse psychology on me. See, I see. Okay. All right, I'll do it. Oh, I'll do it. You dare me? You dare me? Every time I say EST, your brain, it says Eastern Standard Time, you relates this every single time. It came down to the fact that whenever we solidified liquidity pockets as being kind of like the strongest play in our whole playbook, I got into the habit. Now, remember 2 years ago, liquidity pockets were something we just like, God, the market's going to just stick in that 10-point range and go nowhere. And we just be like, well, it's not trending. But then we started to find out as years went by and the back test started showing liquidity pocket was our strongest trade. Got super excited about it. So used to, LPs were like, it's just balance. It's not bullish, not bearish, it's kind of in the middle. But LPs bounce off that bear zone almost every time in a bull market. Then it was like, oh, cha-ching. Okay, that's some good money. So I started trading it every time. And every time I take it, I'd be like, every single time. And I'd pound my fist on the table. And then somebody made the song, and then EST became the thing. And then yada, yada. Like everything else here, this community is driven by memes. It's so meta that you have to be like constantly watching the latest episode of, Trading with Matt to understand even half the memes that go around. Like, look, here's today's post. It's like, there's going to be a song, tomorrow it says, Matt ate a sandwich. Matt had a sandwich yesterday. I mean, there's pictures and memes, like literally just cataloging every moment. iDoc just walked in a second ago and I already made a sandwich song. He brought in the green juice. And then all of a sudden it's like song the next day. Half the stuff you guys say, like if you guys were watching me and Stephen Kalajian, we had this collaborative show on My Fun and TV that he was yelling at his guy behind him named Hugo. Hugo wasn't shorting it fast enough and Steven was kind of yelling at him like, Hugo, why didn't you short? And so now there's a Hugo's boss meme. It's like super meta. Yeah, so this person again. Oh my word, I thought we abandoned this person. All right. Oh my goodness. Anywho, feel free to post like so these are all the newest ones. Look, that was me the other day. Anyways, yeah, so we're kind of a weird bunch here. All right, guys, thanks for being here. Oh, I haven't even here I am just sort of cutting loose. Now, again, we goof off for the first half hour. It's time to get ready for business. You guys don't forget to hit the like button really quick. A couple of really cool deals going on in the prop space. We're going to do a straight to find a giveaway today. Okay. Okay, so cool stuff going on. My Fun and Futures just released a brand new promo. They had the free flex add-on for the scale plan. Your sim funded just got elevated. It's $127, same price. Your payout request, instead of $1,500 for your next payout request, can be up to $6,000, which is basically, in case you're, kind of paying attention, done to bump Top Step. Top Step at 5 days, you get 5,000. Now at 5 days with the scale plan, you can get 6 with My Fun and Futures. So, pretty neat. 90% of 5,000 is 4,500 take home from Top Step. 80% of 6,000 is 4,800 take home from My Fun and Futures. My Fun and Futures payouts are now $300 more than Top Step, and they're cheaper, and they're no activation fee. So that's the new thing. Also going on, we have ETF Simplified still going down, which is their big promotion from their new awesome website. End of the day, One Step and Diamond Hands are still 90% off until today at midnight. So the 90% off sale ETF goes away at midnight. Got some extra news. Tradeify is coming out with a new product. Now I'm teasing that, and I can't tell you what it is, but I'm teasing that as I have a meeting with them today to talk about it. Let it slip. Oh, you mean the thing? Oh, thought you were asking for a nip slip. Well, can't say anything about it, but I'm gonna tell you, it's becoming hyper competitive in the trading space right now. Everyone's coming out with new cool stuff. So speaking of new cool stuff, let's make my daily post for that deal with my funded futures. Let's go agitate some Top Step kids. You notice how they didn't say anything this time? Hold on, I'm looking up some things really quick. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Welcome to the show, everybody. We're locked and loaded and live and ready to go. What's the yellow line? Monthly hedge pressure, monthly gamma exposure level market makers. Do you think my fund and future edges it with core, but TBT is good for daily payouts and 9% profit split? Yeah, dude, I'm gonna tell you, TBT, my fund and futures, fund and X, we only work with the best. And I've been going to prop firm meetings like 1 and 2 a day for the last week. Word on the street is out that we're looking for new partnerships, and everybody's like reaching out and saying, hey, I'd love to meet with you. I've met with, so like all on the docket, I've got, God, let me read you on the list of who we've been chatting with. Let's see if you guys like some of these firms. There's one, I can't even remember the name. It's a new prop firm run by somebody that I know. I just have his name here because I don't even remember the prop name. I guess some of these fucking things can't remember him. So I got him. I met with Legends, and I have history with Legends because I know the team over there because they run the quarterly Robbins Cup. Legends and GFF are run by the same group, the brokerage. I got Futures Desk coming up. I got Lucid coming up. And then I had like 3 of them this week. Who else y'all want me to talk to? Try and get you guys some really good deals and stuff, yeah. Who else did y'all want me to talk to as far as prop firms go? Lucid's like the hot thing everyone's talking about. I don't know if their stuff is any good. I've never looked into it, so we're gonna chat with these guys, find out. Oh yeah, oh that's right, Funding Ticks. I need to actually follow up with that. Schedule that meeting. Okay. Thank you. I was like, I know there's one missing from my list. They're actually waiting on me. They sent me something and I never responded to them. Funded Futures Family. One Up. Apex. Alpha Futures. We analyzed Alpha Futures on the stream when somebody asked me about it. Their offerings were nothing special. They were decent, but I think I remember I rated it like a B- out of like an A through F scale. Good, but there's tons of stuff that's better. My Funded Futures and Funded Next had better offerings for better price. When I looked at those guys, I remember we looked at it. Y'all told me we looked at it on the stream. You're impressed that I'm a good sport of all the memes. I like when you guys like troll me and talk crap. It's so much fun. I have a good time, which kind of is funny because some people actually come in here every once in a while and talk crap just to talk crap because there's some hater or something, and we just play with it too because I think it's one of you guys just trolling me for fun, which I'm a good sport about it. I love it. Like we would all sit around the bar and just talk shit to each other. That's how you know I have really close friends. Then I'm just kind of like playing along into it, and they're like, oh wait, this guy actually really is trying to get under my skin, and I'm just laughing it off. I'm like, oh, okay. What's my go-to, Matt? Many options for you to decide. So my go-to is pretty simple, and it's very easy to decide. If you want to go to my Discord, there's a list. It's public actually. Why each of the prop firm partners I have are there, and why I would choose each one of them over the other. They're all different, and the reason they're different is going to be unique to what you like to do as a trader. Now, simply put, I trade Funded Next is my favorite. 100% my favorite. Rapids are 4 days to pay out. Legacies are uncapped payouts, and it's 100% split. And there's no activation fee, and there's no monthly fee. It's the cheapest, and it's the biggest payout. The rules are slightly harder than like an MFFU because there's a consistency, but that doesn't bother me because I'm a consistent trader. For some people, if you lack that ability to be a consistent trader, consistency might be your problem. So you go my Funded Futures route for a similar experience, but there's no consistency. Instead, there's a payout cap. So the difference between the two is the rock, paper, scissors of which rule you hate the most of the two. And they're both top tier. If you're having a hard time passing props in general, the ETF static account, the big one, is the easiest prop account to pass in all of prop accounts, period. Because statics are easy to pass relative to anything with the trailing drawdown. TPT, pretty much goated because it has daily payouts, 6 days to pay out there, and you get a payout every single day, no windows. That's why people like TPT. And it's just like most of them, it's 2 day to pass, right? I think TPT is 50% consistency. Most all the evals that we work with are 2 day to pass, with the exception of Rapid Funded Next, which is 1 day to pass. Apex, they're coming off the list. We're no longer supporting Apex, but they're like your traditional trailing drawdown. Instead of that, people use TPT and ETF these days. And Tradeify is a straight up, straight to funded program. It's probably the hardest to get a payout in, but it's consistent and solid, and it's Tradeify. The only reason I'm sticking with Tradeify straight to funded is because I'm on a challenge to go live with them. I'm literally almost there. And straight to funded, slightly more expensive, but you skip the eval and it's 5 days to pay out. So that's pretty cool with the Tradeify straight to funded. You buy your account and in 5 days you get money. So now, when it used to be 10 days to pay out, it was more like just a labor of love to use it. Now it's hyper competitive because other firms are 7 days to pay out with an eval, and the straight to funded at Tradeify being 5 days made it pretty cool. So if you want to skip the eval, then you go Tradeify. So I know it's a lot of words I put out there, but essentially each one stands alone for different reasons. And it's kind of like in the circle of all the rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock, whatever you like to do your rock, paper, scissors. It's like whichever one has a rule you don't like, but each one of them uniquely stands out and is best in class in something compared to the hundreds of firms out there. So part of my requirement to partner with somebody is, how are you best in class in something? Like, how do you stand out? And every prop firm's like, oh, we stand out this way and that way. But I know what every prop firm does. Like, I know all the math and products and stuff. And I usually, when somebody pitches their prop firm to me, I look at it and I can say, well, actually, you know, I think you think it's best in class, or here's how you stand out. And then I say, but you know, this firm and this firm is better for the better price, better rules. And then they go, oh, well, we have better customer service or something like that. But that's not how we play. For me, I go get a code if the firm has a reason to stand out, like the best in class products. So each one of these, best in class of what I just told you they did. You love Tradeify, so excited about this. Oh yeah, the new thing with Tradeify. Yeah, dude, Tradeify's come out with a brand new product, which is awesome, which I'm excited to share with you guys whenever I'm allowed to. I'm not allowed to say anything yet, but FFU has gotten a lot better this year. Oh, dude, MFFU is putting the afterburners on. He said FundedX is a bunch of nonsense in the rules. I've never had any issues in FundedX's rules. I've gotten tons of payouts from those guys and never an issue. So I don't know if it doesn't match your trading style, that might be one thing, but the way I trade, it's been pretty straightforward. The FundedX. Can I explain the DD band as a trade magnet? So the DD band actually is a structure point. So the risk interval, it's a whole class that I have to teach you on the risk interval, but the risk interval is based on CME's span, which is a program that makes the margin requirements for the futures contracts. And so what span does is it looks for where positions are spread out in futures, like reportable positions. And the CME kind of looks at it and go, okay, well, there's a lot of risk because there's a huge cluster there and a huge cluster there. This isn't really what they do, but this is an example of what they do. Span looks at like, what is everybody's portfolio? And if the market were to move this percent, how many people get squeezed? Oh, okay, well, this is a lot of people get squeezed. If the market moves this percent, oh, well, then a lot more people get squeezed to the upside. Okay, so there's risk and risk and risk. So they look at all the different risks and they decide like essentially where all the risk is of amount of people getting squeezed. And then they draw a box around all of it and say, okay, this is where the risk of the market is. We kind of want to stay driving futures inside of this range. That way it's the fewest amount of people get squeezed. Actually, margin requirements are designed to maintain liquidity. So less liquid markets, they raise the margin requirement. More liquid markets, they lower it. And so basically what we do is we take the margin requirement and I reverse engineered span how it works. I reverse engineered a range from that number. So margin requirements create a range and the range is called the risk interval. And the risk interval is a very important number. And again, this is the first thing I ever did was hack the CME. Not really hack it, but hack the equation. And I figured out how it works. And so back here, for example, S&P is 5750. That's a very important number. If you look at like 5750, right? Let me get up I have enough time to, yeah, we got 10 minutes. So let me go to like S&P and show you how important that number is. And it updates every day. And the bands basically just are that distance up or down from yesterday's close. It's the price at which futures will deviate from the stock market that it's tracking, or the underlying that it's tracking. This, we call it the spot, when markets are closed. So the band just acts as a repulsive force to maintain structure overnight. What did I say, 5750, right? So let me show you how cool this is. Again, I made this 10 years ago. And I'm going to draw a box of 5750, and I'm going to show you what to do with it. You can see that the market just maintains like this cool, this is S&P, by the way. It's kind of like a 5-minute chart. Okay, come on, zoom out. You'll notice something interesting about 5750. When the market tends to move in giant waves, like here's yesterday's close, you see how it goes pretty much a risk interval before it finds its imbalance satisfied with the other side of the trade. This went up about that distance. You can zoom out and literally take this and like move it all over the place. And every single time the market blasts up or down, hold on, make sure I have that here. Let me make sure this is on the right scale. There we go. Every time the market moves up or down, it sort of like maintains that distance. It doesn't violate it. So the big waves you see up or down is kind of that distance. Look at this. Kind of that distance. Pretty neat. You see that? Kind of that distance. Here to here. You know, once you see it, you can't unsee it. This is the margin requirement. That's the level that we come up with. You see how the market tends to move and blast up into distances of that range. I mean, every single day. It's almost like when the market moves on a news event, that's the distance it spans as well before it tries to figure out where the liquidity is. Is that pretty cool? You guys see that? It's almost like magic, yeah. So again, this is the first thing I made 10 years ago. And the idea is that margin requirements are based on where the liquidity is. So when the market is trying to find liquidity, the algorithms out there know, well, we know that liquidity exists probably inside of that distance because we set the margin requirements based on that distance because we know where everybody's positions are. The CME knows where all the positions are. The market makers will know how far you need to go maybe to find a buyer because the margin requirement tells you, oh, well, they're that far away. We just convert margin requirement to distance and that's it. What happens is the market tends to magically move that distance when it just moves in waves. That's the size of the wave. And once you see it, you can unsee it. And this is some of the math and magic stuff that we kind of do here. And people just go nuts over it. But the idea is that, well, it's systematic. It's what the CME group created to maintain structure and order in the market. So what we did find out 3 years ago was that if you measure that distance from the close, it creates a band that the market doesn't break that often. As a matter of fact, that band itself is one of the strongest pivots you have. And here's a little detail about it. 88% of days will not break through the band per our back test. Only 8% of days will break below and 4% of days will break above. They are so strong as far as pivots go. So it is rare to break the DD band. As a matter of fact, if you ever break the band, the market is irrational for the day. And usually we do very little at that point, except for small trades only where I'm circling right here. When you break the band to the upside, there's absolutely no shorting. And even funnier, when you break the band to the downside, there is no shorting as well. As most days pop back in the band, we don't try to chase the short, we just let it die. Up here, I also don't short a bull market in general. That's why there's no shorting in general. Even though it's a high probability it doesn't keep going, I still don't chase them when we do. The reason for that is that when you break the band to the upside, only 4% of days close above the band, but it's very rare that you break the band. And usually when you break the band, most of them stay above. The other side of the coin is it breaks the lower band all the time. It's just the majority of the breaks tuck back in and very few make it through. You don't break the upper band a lot. So rule of thumb is when you do, it usually stays there. And that's about 4% break and most of them stay. Here, about like maybe 20% break, but then like 12% pop back in. So overall, what the goal is that in a bull market, I buy this dip every single time. And that's based on that. It's based on that limit. And the reason I do is I bet that the market structure just doesn't fall apart. And if it does fall apart, then it falls apart. And then I just kind of like stay really cautious from there. And a long trade, the upper DD band is usually what you can try to target as far as like your biggest run up, even though it can break it and keep going sometimes. Usually because it's only 4% of days go above there, that's usually the end of my trade in R&R when I'm calculating it. Does that make sense? What it does? So yeah, so 10 years ago, and that's what like justified me starting a trading community. Because at the time I was a moderator on this website called Wall Street Bets. You guys remember the subreddit? And I met some people there who were like, sort of like math nerds like myself. And I was like, hey guys, I get this kind of cool trick that can predict ranges in oil when this oil reports come out. They were like, how can you do that? I was like, it's based on margin requirements. And every time the oil report comes out, oil spans this like 52-cent distance. And that's what my calculation comes up with. And then margin requirements change. I recalculate it, it's 56, and then oil blasts up and down a 56-cent range. And it's like it's testing that range for where the liquidity is. Where's the buyers and sellers? Well, it's spanning that range. I mean, the program is called Span. And the idea is that people thought it was cool. We started a community, and then 10 years later, Rocket Scooter's here. So that's it. So that's what the DD bands are. Appreciate me breaking down, find the best prop firms. Yeah, of course. Where you can see this handout if that's what you're asking for. The handouts are in the bootcamp section of the Discord. Wait, Black Sheep. Oh, I thought you actually were at 1601. I was excited, man. Alec Hartman, hold on. For people who can't fully afford the platform right now because you're taking care of you and 5 people in your family off one income, is there a way you can purchase any of your indicators? Okay, so if you really want to know, how about I comp the platform for you and make it $20 a month? If you have like economic hardship like that, oh, you don't want, I don't need your money. That's enough just to cover costs. Would that be helpful to you instead of like the $200 a month? Is $20 a month in affordable for you? Bro, last thing I'm gonna do, you got 5 people to feed. I don't need some money from you. I don't need your money. That's like basically a cost. So hit me up, dude, in chat. If because that's basically a cost. If that's in your price range, then we'll be glad to do that. I'm sure everybody here is okay with that. Yeah, take care of your family, man. Like the last thing you want is like stress when you're trading, and if you have to worry about other stuff like I gotta pay this bill, you're gonna trade so bad, you know, it's not good for you. Yeah, send just message me Discord. I'll get you set up. Big Bang Theory reference. Oh, rock paper scissors lizard Spock. Yeah. Let's see what else you guys got. Kaizen's in the house. What's up, Kaizen from ETF? You guys don't forget, ETF sale ends today at midnight. It's 90% off one step, diamond hands, and their end of the day drawdown. The one step is their, what I call their apex killer. Same kind of account, just cheaper. What's the plan today? So opening flat. Okay, let's talk about that. We got 6 minutes of markets open. Remember, opening flat, we don't trust resilience that much as a defining thing because the stocks are going to be flat. Expect resilience today to be choppy. If it's in a range of like -30 to +30, it's going to be a choppy day. I'm not going to trust the opening blast off move in either direction. I personally think this could be a sell-off day. Now, I don't feel like the market is not bullish, but I'll be very careful that today isn't a day that we don't break the lows, okay? The reasoning for that is VIX is still in that, I'm still cautious because VIX is above our BBB level. That 17, 18 that sits there all month, being above here, spontaneous volatility can come out of nowhere. So be very careful on that. I'm not going to short this or bet that it's going to sell off, but it very much can. And with the flat open, like we're seeing right here, the S&P is only gapping up 6 points. I want it to usually be more than 10 so that I can say that it's not flat. If S&P is less than 10 and Nasdaq is less than 40 on the gap, it's considered a flat day. Flat days are a freaking coin flip, which direction it goes. It can usually pop and then sell and get really choppy. Resilience is going to flip-flop around and not really be a good leading indicator. Unless resilience is like 50 or more, don't trust it as being that big of a deal. Remember, all the stocks are opening flat today. So therefore, Apple and Amazon and Netflix and all these other ones, you know, Nvidia that are moving around, the big dogs just moving up and down a little bit, resilience is going to chop around a lot. So we're not getting a big defining move, probably not. I'm going to wait for liquidity pockets and hedge pressure. If this market is going to tank today, which it very much can, it's going to break yesterday's lows if it does. So I'm going to be very careful that today's not the big crash day. Do I want to continue longing the market? Absolutely, as much as I can. So as we've had like 3 melt up days that were all fueled by short squeezes, not necessarily big run bull buying. And we know it's a short squeeze because the curvature of those days indicates, right, when you're curving upward, that's short squeeze. Okay. So short squeeze, we died, we sort of retrace, hit the top. Now we're selling off. This is genuine selling. This was additional short squeeze and then like basically sweep all the stops and pull back. This sometimes is a big sign, a bad sign of a big sell-off day. So I'm extremely cautious on that today, especially being flat. It's not going to be a defining day. The markets are essentially on the edge still. Monthly maps are still good. DD ratio is still good. MHP is still good for the greater bull market. But like I'm saying, like today, we might get the long off of lower DD band, which is great. The pre-market selling is a little disturbing. Yeah. Can you give the access to summary of prop firms to people that don't have the boot camp? Yeah, so that channel is actually public. If you go to my trading chat, it's called affiliate codes. That is actually a public channel and everyone can see that. So if you go to my Discord, I have a list of all the firms we work with and why they're the best. Yeah. I do a quick analysis of Tesla. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about Tesla. I don't follow a lot of individual stock companies or anything. So any advice I'd have on Tesla would be just essentially looking at the liquidity map. And I don't know enough about it. Okay. Is today going to be Friday or a Friday? Yeah, today's probably going to be a Friday. I'm a little worried about today, to be honest. So yeah, Aiden, just jump in the Discord. That list is already public. You can see it right now. What's my favorite prop firm again? Fund and Next and My Fund and Futures. Those are the two that I personally like the most. If I was a newer trader, like an absolute beginner trader, I would put ETF static right there at the top as well, because it's the easiest account of all of our partners to pass. Statics are great. Since I am kind of like evolved in my own trading, I'm pretty consistent, so I can navigate the drawdown pretty well. I don't need to do the static, but static is a great place to start too if you're new. What's my opinion on ETF and the third-party copiers? Well, they're not trying to screw traders over. They're trying to protect the business from cheaters. There are people like, you've seen the ads on Instagram, like, hey, I'll pass the prop account for you. Just pay me and I'll pass all your evals. You see that? You see that bullshit? These people use copy traders to do it. You know what I mean? Like, people have been scamming these prop firms, and it's risky for the prop firm. I don't think their goal is to make traders feel screwed. But if the idea is that, you know, they should be fair about it as well. They need to figure out, you know, if you're cheating or not. But I don't have any opinion of it because I don't really know if they're doing that or what they're doing. I don't have any idea about it. I just know why they're pressing against the copy trading groups, because the people that are doing the copy trading are freaking cheaters. So, you know, that's kind of, not everybody, but a lot of people are. And there's a whole like establishment that they're trying to fight, which does make a lot of sense. All right, guys, Nasdaq resilience is negative. S&P resilience is positive. This could be a big sell-off day today. Be very freaking careful, y'all. Now I'm talking like very careful. Okay. This market can die pretty quickly. All right, so we have bull zone. Oh shit, liquidity pocket nowhere till the bottom. All right, so look, guys, I'm not gonna, I don't normally say this, but that's all we've got. That's all we've got. Either A, I take the B plus trade off of there, or I wait and let it die. And I think as far up as I am, I'm gonna wait and let it die. I don't know if that's just you or that's just me. Let's be very careful. Now, resilience has just got really good, so it could blast off and rally. I actually do like the idea of this. And this is the only setup. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of good setup here. Stocks are starting to move. Good. 66. That's great. 41. That's great. Everything looks good. I love it. So it could be a big rally day today. Now, I was sort of concerned with the VIX the way that it was, but stocks are picking up some bump here, which is good. There are no high probability actionable pivots, so there's really nothing, and there's not really any news coming out either. This is going to be a little kind of kind of crummy. Man, I was sort of excited to see if this market was going to sell off today or not. That erased all of that overnight selling. I was kind of worried that this was going to crash out today. That was just me though. Now again, keep an eye on resilience. Make sure it still stays above 50. You want to see it nice and strong. But flat days, man, I don't trust them at all. And these B setups, you know, try to get like, I get scalps out of this. They're really the only play is either we go open all the way to the top or we fall to hedge pressure and get a bounce. If you want my personal opinion, I'm not going to take the long here. And normally this is a B plus setup with good support. From here to upper DD band, that is the trade. For some reason, I just feel icky about this market. And I don't know if that's just me, if that's just you guys feel the same way. I feel pretty freaking icky about this market. Y'all feel icky about it? Do I have priority in receiving liquidity maps before I open? No, we all get it at the same time. Yeah, no, I don't program any priority for me. There's no reason I would ever do that. That wouldn't serve any purpose. I'd like to get it to everybody as fast as I can. That's for sure. Black Ops 7 beta stream. Oh, the beta start today? It is Black Ops 7 as crappy as Black Ops 6? Yeah, like, you know, freaking CODs come out like every year now. We just got Black Ops 6, what, like a year ago? Yeah, I'm not even done grinding out on my camos, and I'm like, I'm about to get like my camos finally finished up. It's like, hey, just in time for a new game. I'm like, what the heck? I didn't even get to enjoy. I don't put a lot of time into COD though. That's why. All right, guys, and remember, like I said, the B plus is from here to the top. I am going to not trade this to the long side, even though this is the trade. This is the only trade we have is a long trade from here up, or if it fills the gap, they're up. That's basically it. And it's sit out city below, or short if you're a bear. Long side sit out. All indicators are bullish and awesome. This was above 50 and now it tucked back in. Flat days, I don't trust this enough. It means the stocks can just basically be the choice. So an example is if I go to like the choice of the stocks is going to be, you know, up to the discretion of the buyer. Nvidia pops up, right? It's very close to where it starts. Apple kind of filled the gap, looking good. Big tech is looking good. But I say these flat days, I kind of want to sit out and just chill. And wait. And the idea is that on flat days, we've got plenty of good support down in here. It would be nice to see like a pullback, and then I've got a good long support at the bottom. I can sit back and let this guy probably pull down. Resilience is holding the fort. It's looking pretty okay. S&P did bump up, which is nice. We did remove a lot of last night's selling pressure. Again, for whatever it's worth, I feel like today could be the day that sells off really hard. And I don't know why I feel this way, but I feel like it's because VIX is still seated above triple B. That volatility is still there. And I'm not super eager to chase anything, even though the long trade is the strong trade today. For whatever reason, the B setup, which is the open trade, this is the long. And this is the long that can go all the way to upper band as well. This can be 200 and something points up. And yeah. So at least for now, I'm going to wait and see what happens. The selling, I could feel the selling pressure Though the S&P popped and the Nasdaq didn't. Whatever it is, man. Again, this is the only long setup, and it's B plus. That's it. It's B plus. It's not a strong setup. It's a mildly strong setup. That's it. So, how do I feel about this? VIX is high. Curious if this might just fill the gap and then go. The ideal setup would be market crashes out and get a nice little dip. Now, I can take a trade here on the long side. S&P just had no mercy. It just popped. But I'm already like way up. Like, do I want to? The B setups are just basically like, if that's all you got, then that's all you got. Looking pretty solid today. Things are good. Oh, resilience is now negative. Y'all see that? I told you, it's don't trust resilience whenever the market is flat. It's popping around a lot, so be careful. Let's keep an eye on Apple, because that was the one that I think was right on the edge here. And not Apple, no, it was something else. Amazon, that was it. Yeah, Amazon. So you have their stocks are like flip-flopping a little bit. So be careful, this isn't some kind of crazy bull trap. Hopefully this stabilizes and we're good. Call me crazy, but I just feel cautious about today. Google and liquidity pockets still strong and bullish. Nothing bearish about this market, but I just have this sort of hesitation today. And it's just because the structure is so, like, the support, at least with S&P, right? The support is very close. So it's not like the market's going to fall pretty hard. I mean, if S&P does die today, then we got good support from here, which is perfect. The 1A trade take up, going straight up with S&P is looking really solid there. Maybe it is going to rally. What I'd like to do is wait for some freaking A plus setup. The problem is with NASDAQ, A plus is all down in here. So NASDAQ is like 300 points away. Not that I'm betting that would happen, but it can happen. And because it's that, I don't really care to inch forward with some B. I want to wait for some A. So the B setup is here. Best case scenario with positive res on the bull side, NASDAQ goes and fills the gap here, and then there's a long setup from there. S&P taking no prisoners today, popping and going. So could be back to good bull run today. B setup is more of a discretionary trade. It's not an EST. I can choose to take it. The only reason I choose not to take it today is because of the flat market open, but 50 resilience is strong. This is strong enough to sustain a pretty decent move, which is good. Flat markets, I usually kind of like take it easy, a little bit of caution. Don't feel any selling pressure now. I feel like the selling pressure's off. Good deal. Just watching off here on the side. S&P just now broke. S&P futures this is going to all-time highs yet again, right out the door. And that is that cap. I don't know what it is that I just have this weird suspicion today. Like, and again, how much you guys want to bet? Now, again, I'm not going to make this bet, but how much you want to bet that we tap the high and then we end up down here? I don't know why I feel this, but I feel this. I don't know. I've been trading this market enough that I have like the spidey sense today. Does it feel like it's like gonna just fucking plunge? Like it's just gonna fucking plunge? I I tell you, sometime it just fucking feels like it. You know what I mean? Like, it just... I'll be back. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Flat days, dude. Don't trust him. Don't trust the resilience giving you that resilience pulling back was a leading indicator. Told you. Hold on. Hold on. Second. Again, it's not going to probably crash out, but I just feels like it just has that feeling to it. Maybe the resilience just pulling back like it did. Told me that. Now, this is the B plus setup. Now, again, it may not crash for the day, but this right here is a possible small long entry. But boy, I'm just going to wait it out. I'm just telling you, I'm going to wait it out. My intuition, thank you. My third senses. Like it's just going to hit the high and just turn around and die. This might not be the death of the market though, but it did feel like with the resilience pulling back, that the market is going to test liquidity inside of here. The problem is there's really nothing strong under here. This is like it's like walking on a cracker. You break, it's very flimsy, it's very brittle, and if you break it, the fall is pretty big. It doesn't mean that it's going to fall though. Traditionally speaking, this is the long entry right here at the close in here. This is all good support. It's decent support. And you can maintain like, you know, whenever I trade inside of this range, it's tight. You know you're wrong and you're wrong small. If I were to take this bet here, I'm actually wrong pretty small. And I can just get out of the way and let it fall if it does fall. So that's like the best part about flat days is that you can assume there's extra volatility. It's going to overshoot. And then just basically, you know, if it bounces through here and holds the open, I'd be willing to jump back in on the long. I'm not going to chase it at the tap. I'm going to use the high, like VIX above triple B, to allow a little bit of overshoot and reclaim. Then I'll take the long again to go. Now with the government shutdown, we're not going to have non-farms today, but we're going to have ISM numbers in 15 minutes. Non-manufacturing, employment, business activity, and new orders. So that is a data point. And again, this flat market with negative res, that's what it was. And we saw res creeping, didn't we? We saw res creeping 2 seconds before this happened. And that's why I said it feels like it's about to pull back. And we had just a little candle of doom. Now, this isn't necessarily like a dead market, but you can see that the market's tolerance for just like creeping up higher slowly is not necessarily there. Now, again, this could be the big entry for the bull run. I'm more likely going to avoid this B setup because if this market does collapse and sell off today, oh my God. Like if we fall to here, it is an obvious short trade all the way down to there. So remember, if it starts pressing down, there's no man's land down in here, especially here. If we lose S&P, S&P has support pretty much, you know, 57, 46 are your hedge pressure. So that's where S&P has its good support. Now, again, this could be just the start of another slow leak up and continual squeeze. We'll see. Like I said, not basically bearish at all. I just don't want to be bullish from here. That's third sense. You guys like that? My selling pressure. I'm a wizard. That was good. LOL. Bet you donated boot camp. You just feel it sometimes. I mean, it's resilience, right? A little bit of help there, but res jumped up to 60, then it fell to 30, then it fell to 17, then it fell to 12. Like resilience just pulling back, pulling back, pulling back. We lost the strength on it. So it's pretty obvious to see the market was going to try to fill the gap very quick. Happens to you go along. You guys might be all right though. But you like girls. If you met him out, you'd marry him. That's hilarious. Wait. Take care, guys. I got more videos to make about this guy calling both ways, trying to pretend like he's great. His overnight fake profits. Once again, his stream is going downhill fast. David Charles, it sounds great. Are you making videos about me? That sounds awesome. Let me know. That sounds great. Send me a link. I'd love to see it. Our stream has gone up like 20 or 30% every month. It's been great. Don't ban the weirdo. Calling it both ways. I don't understand calling it both ways. I literally just trade. Like there's no calling it both ways. I don't do call outs. When do I ever call it? That's the one thing too. I don't even do call outs. That's weird. My Discord has like 0 call outs. I've never done a call out in my life. Like, hey guys, buy here. Hey guys, like he sound like he swings both ways. That's for sure. Oh, wait, what else did he say? Let's see. Pretend like he's great. No, I'm not. I don't pretend like you're great. I'm actually really bad trader. I'm actually really bad. I'm just better than most other people that trade on YouTube. I'm the least bad of them. My overnight fake profits, and these are real profits. For sure. These are all sim funded accounts. Oh. But it's weird that you watch me every day. iDoc donated $20. Teach them my Spidey sense. Oh, so iDoc wanted to give you guys boot camps. So we'll give away 4 boot camps. Thank you, iDoc. How sweet of you. 4 boot camps will be donated today. Somebody sounds mad. Oh, is it probably Lance? Oh yeah, did y'all see that? Dude, I burnt that guy to a crisp, man. All of social media has entered into an anti-Lance frenzy. It's been crazy. Thank you. Don't ever stop questioning people. Again, let's have some fun really quick. Like I said, the guy's an absolute fake. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to call him a fraud. This is day 1 of me calling him a fraud every day until he sues me. Because then I'll get his fucking broker statements in court. And then I'll show him to the public. That'll be the easiest. That'll be the easiest answer to that question. I love for me to talk shit about this guy till he sues me. And then I'll share everybody because they'll come up in discovery because it's part of the thing. The guy goes, hey, this guy right here. You see him? All right. Here's it is. Funniest part. Watch. Hold on. Wait, no. The guy that I said, no, you didn't make $100 million. You're lying. I don't believe it. Nobody believes it. Show me the proof. And then he jumped on me for asking for proof and said, donate 50,000 charity and I'll show you. And then we press and press and press. And he finally makes a video admitting that he quit trading. Thank you. That's why you don't stop asking. We got under this guy's skin by pressing and asking for just proof of his trades. We weren't even mean about it. He was actually very salty when we asked him. And he actually made a video and said, actually, guys, I don't trade anymore because my eyes have atrophied and I lose sleep. I have sleep like a military person. It's stressing me out. My eyes have atrophied 30% and trading has nearly made me blind, so I quit trading. Yet, on the back of his screen are tiny little charts with hundreds of lines of tiny text, and his Thinkorswim to the right of him has its look and feel settings where you can change for you have issues with your eyes, you look and feel. His text setting is set the smallest setting that you can have. You see right here, this is all Thinkorswim. If he really had eye issues and was going blind, his look and feel settings would be bigger text. You can make accessibility options in Thinkorswim. This shit's set to small. Oh, you're only blind when you're trading though, right? Oh, my bad. But you're not blind when you're putting together your fucking course content and looking at Thinkorswim charts. You're only blind whenever you're trading the charts, not when you're looking at the charts, right? But he's like, yeah, but then put also please ignore the screens behind me full of dozens of lines of small text that I wrote. Yeah, my font settings are small, but you can see, I can see that totally fine when I make my course material. I'm only blind when I trade on the same screen. What a fucking clown. We cooked that guy to a crisp. Oh, he was so triggered. Ah. Try to make me look stupid just asking for broker statement. He's the one that had to come out and admit he quit trading because it was bad for his eyes. You know what I would do if I had $100 million? Buy some eye drops. Anywho, I'm telling you, this is an inspiration, you guys. Don't stop asking people what you want to know. If it gets under their skin, they got something to hide, and there you go. He's like, yep, I sell a course now because I actually quit trading. Yeah, I would quit something I was great at too. You know, trading is only hard on you when you're bad at it. I walk around with the front end of my pants a little tight, if you know what I'm saying. Trading, I fucking love trading. I'm at half mast right now. Trading is extending my lifespan, if you know what I mean. So anyways. Yeah, I'll quit at something I'm amazing at. You know, the only reason... Anyways. I'm going to start the missing person calls to help them with the investigative skills. The only reason I was saying that is because I watch a couple of videos and the claims are different each time. I was like, can you clarify this? And when somebody gets so salty when you ask them, like, it's very easily clarified. It got into such a freaking circus, and that everybody started pressing, and then the guy had to release a video. Yeah, sorry, I actually did quit trading. FYI. So now, great, you're all welcome. You go buy the course, you actually get to see, here's the actual answer. This guy doesn't trade anymore. And here's probably the logical conclusion. He probably made $10 million 10 years ago, like they said he did. Not 100, probably 10. And it's probably all gone now because he's probably blown it all up. And he needs money. So he's selling a trading course, which makes sense. That's the typical path for every one of these fucking guys that sells a course. They might have made a little bit of money. They aren't consistent with it. They burn through all of it. Dude, I can spend $10 million pretty damn quick buying house, buying vacations, paying for whatever. And it doesn't last once you pay off all your debts and whatever and do some stuff with it. I get it. But I bet you that's the likely story. Had a big killer year. Yeah, 10 years ago, you couldn't pick a loser. Yeah, along the market, leveraged up with the prop firm, you can make tons of millions of dollars. And didn't require any skill. You could have fucking aped into any stock in 2015 and made money during the Trump rally, requiring no skill whatsoever. And you could have made a ton of money back then. But I don't know anybody in the world that, you know, makes $10 million a year and then decides to quit because it's hard on them. Why don't you just train somebody to do what you do and manage your money for you? If it's that teachable. Oh, because it's not. But you can teach the public the same stuff? What kind of fucking morons buy this story? $500 million and my eyeballs are hurting because I'm a fucking pussy. Here's what I would do. I would hire somebody and mentor them so I could sit there and read a book while they manage my money, making the same money. I'll train one person. No, but let me sell it to everybody. See, people buy these stories from these gurus so much. Literally. I would literally hire one person and mentor them to make me $10 million a year still every day. Yeah, that's it. So anyways. You know what I mean? No. Slightly stand-up comedian, Matt. All right, guys. Is this market crashing today? What do y'all think? I am so glad I'm not chasing this long here. Look at NASDAQ today. See, I told you choppy markets are weird, right? So why did I sell Rocket Scooter? I didn't sell Rocket Scooter. We're just waiting for the market to pull back. There is no trade plan from here, but anyways. I should do stand-up comedy though. I love roasts, but I love investigating for you guys' benefit. At least I want to inspire people that it's okay to press for the answers you want. No, I'll never sell Rocket Scooter. Where did you come up with that idea? Oh, he's saying, why do I sell Rocket Scooter? Oh, it's different. Well, it's a trading platform with information and tools. It's not a like, why does Thinkorswim have a trading platform? Couple of things. Number one, Rocket Scooter cost me many $50,000 a month to maintain. So that I can have all the cool tools, it costs a lot to run it and to build the platform and whatever. So obviously, anytime you build a trading platform to house cool stuff, I can't just have like a cool version of Rocket Scooter for myself. It's a very expensive piece of machinery. So we all split the cost. If you really want to like boil it down that way, for me to have Rocket Scooter, tens of thousands of people also have to have it, or else I'm forking over a fortune all the time. So why would I build this massive trading platform for just me? Another thing is the idea of building a business around a sandbox platform allows other people to build inside of it. Collectively, it's a great business idea. It's not like a failed trader mentality of selling a course. For me, bestowing wisdom upon somebody as your only product requires no upfront investment. See, Rocket Scooter cost me about $5 million to build, which is money that I made trading to build it. That's proof that I had money trading. I didn't go out and seek VC money to build this. I bootstrapped this out of my back pocket. Different story, right? The trading platform is different. Anybody that builds a trading platform, Tom Sosnoff built one. It's a grander, bigger goal of a trading platform is to create a tool for traders to use. It's different than, hey guys, just trust me, bro. Let me teach you how to trade and pay me a lot of money for it. I feel like the education is where the fraud usually lies. Let me bestow my wisdom. Well, can you show me that you're great at trading? Rocket Scooter doesn't require me to tell anybody I'm great at trading. Here's a tool set. This is what it does. Have fun with the tool. I'm selling the hammer. Hammer manufacturer makes a hammer. He could be a great carpenter. He could just be a hammer maker, right? The tool is different. I don't get on to people for selling tools unless they sell a tool and say the tool makes a lot of money. Then I say, show me the tool makes a lot of money. And Rocket Scooter's presentation is it's not ever presented as it's a tool that makes anyone money. There's no ads that say, you know, make all this money using our stuff. Or, hey, I'm a $10 million a year trader. Trust me, buy my shit. That's different, yeah. Yeah. But I could teach just one man. He would make 50 to 50K a day for me while I chill with IDOC and Pickle. Oh, well, there's a difference though. See, leveraging like my skills in trading is something I love doing. I love doing it. So I don't ever want to stop trading. I would never trust anybody to trade my money because nobody will ever be as good as me. That's why I don't do that. Now, one thing I do want to do is automate this. Sorry, let me not sound cocky. Nobody trading my system will ever be as good as me. So I would never give it to anybody to do it for me. That sounds like a great idea, dude. If I could retire, maybe in my older years, probably. And here's that big sell-off I felt it. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, it's a great thought question. I appreciate you asking the question. Yeah. And nobody's mad about the hypothetical questioning. It does make sense. If you make a tool because you have information, it's just like a whole different type of business. It's different than like trying to sell your expertise as a product. Well, back up your expertise with the data. Okay, well, if you're an expert, show me that you're an expert. Rocket Scooter states whenever you touch hedge pressure, there's predictable volume. So I get on a stream every day to show you that. The claim is there's predictable volume in each one of these lines. The claim is not you're going to become a millionaire using this. And I'm very clear about that. And so I found a cool tool and that's it. This is what it does. So see, there's difference, right? There's no claims that come with it. It has predictable volume. Trust me, bro, I made $100 million. It just says, when you touch this white line, there'll be a volume spike. And if you don't believe me, just watch for a couple days, couple weeks, and then do your own homework. The YouTube stream is free. And I think that people should have that kind of mentality, is that I don't think it's a terrible idea to sell a tool. You know, you can be a champion biker, you know, and sell accessories for biking. I mean, shit, I went to Walmart the other day. Drew Barrymore sells a fucking toaster. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I saw her face on an air fryer. Weird. Rich people become richer and wealthier by expanding, you know, and leveraging their skill set in whatever possible ways. For us, building a trading platform is a massive overhead, requires a user base to keep it going. Or else I'm forking out all this money just to build this really cool platform only I can use. So anything that you have that you think the public would like is definitely worth selling. Education is a whole different ballgame though. I believe education, if you're selling education, it requires you to provide evidence that your education is worth something. At least whatever, in any business sense, if you claim anything, you should be able to back up that claim. So the claim is, we predict volume. Doesn't matter if I trade good or bad. You can see for yourself that the claim is accurate by witnessing it. Just like if somebody says I make all this money, then the claim needs to be accurate by you proving that you do. Yeah. That's a great, I love that thought experiment, because you guys should take that same mentality whenever you question or talk to anybody, really. Is that what is the actual claim is being made for a product, and then can you provide evidence for that claim? A lot of people are making really cool tools these days, which I do applaud. I never go after people making a tool and say, are you a great trader? How I know this tool is any good? That's not fair, because they're not making a claim. They're just like, hey, I've got a cool tool that aggregates data, like Edgeful, for instance, right? They make a tool that tells you the probabilities of this and that and this and that. It's legit data. It's real data. It looks neat. And is it useful to traders? Maybe, maybe not. You know, like Volan is a volatility similar to us, and what Spot Gamma is similar to us. These guys don't have to be good traders. It doesn't even matter if they are or not. It doesn't invalidate the efficacy of what they've built. Sometimes people aren't good traders and they just built a cool tool. A good trader doesn't help you build a better tool. The data is the data, and the data doesn't lie. So if you're like a data miner or a math nerd and you built some kind of cool logical tool, you may not have the emotional composure to trade. So I never required like a tool seller to back up how good their tools are. I can just see the data and tell you if it's good. But if you say like, buy my algo, it makes money. Well, the claim is that it makes money, and you got to back it up. Say, buy my algo, it predicts volume. You say, well, show me where it predicts volume. Can you back that claim up? So in reality, this is pretty clean, I think, for people to build cool tools and sell them. Nothing wrong with making a business out of anything you make. You know, the same argument is, well, if you bake great cookies, why don't you just make them for your family? Why sell them? You know, I mean, obviously in the world of capitalism, there's always a business aspiration out there for sure. Somebody says Matt needs a steady flow of kids to buy accounts of these prop firms, because the prop firms pay guys like Matt their revenue. Oh yeah, no, I make a fortune. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, DD bands, the wide news, the news seemed a little larger than normal. Yeah, so we had the move off of the ISM numbers came out. 49.9 on 51.8 non-manufacturing business activity. So business activity is slightly down. The global services PMI 54.2 on a 53. So that actually was a beat. And the composite was actually a beat as well. Now we had the ISM numbers come out after that. New orders, 50 on a 56 from the last read. That's way down on the new orders. Non-manufacturing employment, that's also slightly up. So my spidey senses were good. And let me tell you guys, we're probably going to break yesterday's lows. And I'm so glad I didn't chase the long. This is why you guys are here. Ask me why I'm doing what I'm doing. There is no pivot off of NASDAQ. S&P, there is a B pivot here. If there is a long, it's from here and it's nowhere else for a while until we get the hedge pressures. Yeah. Yeah, the total cost of my platform, the Rocket Scooter costs about $5 million to build. So obviously having a business around it is to recoup those costs for sure. Very expensive. And there's also a team of employees too. So obviously when you build a business, obviously everybody makes money, but we also have 22 employees. So another portion of this is that a guru salesman is an employee of one. They're the only one that needs the money. Thankfully, you guys, as in your generous donations to supporting our platform, you know, Jod has a family, Andrew has a family, you know, Nadeem has a family. I mean, everybody that you know in the community has a family. You guys are supporting a bunch of people and their honest hard work, and we really appreciate you doing that as well. Does make a lot of sense. I think SPY will hold. Maybe. This is the long trade down. Somebody said you heard a lot about spot gamma. Is Rocket Scooter similar? In a sense that spot gamma is in the same league as what we do. It's all gamma exposure modeling, but we're the only of all the gamma exposure models out there that do a filtration process on the options and extract only market maker options. That's a whole different layer that nobody has built infrastructure to do. Spot gamma is more like gamma analysis and Greek analysis in a general sense. It's good, but it's not actionable. The layer that we have, which analyzes all the options data in real time and plucks out what it just thinks is market makers, can boil down all the stuff that like spot gamma would make into a single pivot. This is where we stand out amongst the gamma exposure world. We sort of are leading the pack of turning into actionable signals now. And the difference is that it's all kind of, everyone's kind of in the same ballpark, but everybody's sort of like dead-ended at the same limit. They take open interest, put some logic to it, multiply it by some Greek, adjust for different, you know, different higher order Greeks, and then give you some analysis like, you know, deltas and gammas and charms and vannas, and they look at the different, it's like a heat map or a histogram distribution of where those Greeks are. And the idea is, can it give you some insightful information on the market? Hit or miss as far as an actionability point, unless you're like a geeky math nerd. It's a data overload in gamma exposure, and we realize that as well. And the goal was to make it simple and an actionable thing for people. And the idea is that we just care about the maximum gamma exposure. That's a high volume pivot, and then that's useful to traders. While spot gamma is good, it's going to be like trying to aim for the same thing that we've achieved, but not there yet. But still really good. And I've never anything bad to say about spot gamma. Their stuff is really solid. Unless you love data, they're not going to say like, by the way, here's the pivot you long from kind of thing. It's going to be like, here's a mountain of data. Here's a sandbox, have fun with it. And then you get to look at the data. And as somebody that likes looking at that data, you try to dig out usable information for yourself. And things like that, I always applaud because it gives you a sandbox to go in and dig. We just give you the answer to my version of that sandbox. So I'm like, here's actionable pivots from it. Yeah. Yeah, no, Ice Wild is a good friend of the stream, but don't give him a hard time for questioning. He's just hypothetical and asking the same question you should ask. That's why I don't get offended by it. I think you should question everybody, including me. There's no reason you shouldn't. And obviously, you know, there's no reason I'd hide business aspirations from people. It's like, why would you start a platform to make a whole lot of money? Well, don't you already make a whole lot of money? Well, yeah, I mean, why just build one Starbucks? Why not build 5,000, you know? And it's a good question to ask people. For some people, why are you a coach? I think coaching is the one thing that needs to be held the highest scrutiny. For you wanting to learn from somebody, they need to provide their expertise. In school, your professors all have a PhD in what they're teaching you. That's the proof of their expertise. You put trust in that establishment at that school. You trust that they're telling you something. These professors know what they're talking about. The school has validated that. You go to your doctor, he's about to cut you open and take out your fucking spleen. I don't even know if that's a thing. Do they take out spleens these days? You know he went to med school. There's always somebody validating somebody's expertise if the expertise is what you're relying on. When you sell a product, right? If the product has some kind of thing, here's a bike, the bike goes down the hill. Do you care if the person that made the bike is a PhD or if they're a good racer or if the bike just works? Does it matter to you? May not matter to you. Different things require different validation. Has the bike killed people? Does the chain fall off when you're pedaling? Somebody doesn't have to be, you know, Lance Armstrong to be a great engineer of bicycles, right? And so in general, in the tech space, I think it's beautiful that people make tech products. I think that the tech space needs more of it. Technical analysis has too much of a grip on traders and they rely too much on that stuff that doesn't work. And I think that the world that we live in now requires more people building more sophisticated stuff. And as an engineer, I love building things. This is my favorite thing I've ever really done, is build something that other people like. That means a lot to me. You have a lot of hardware costs to keep it running. Yeah, we have dozens of server computers crunching data, doing the calculations, running the platform, running the test servers. Yeah, it's a massive infrastructure. Because imagine, like, what we do is we take the raw data feed. The raw data feed is so large you can't even read it on a computer. Like, your computer couldn't have the data feed flowing through. Imagine like a time and sales of SPY, right? You get orders just flowing through like this. By the way, if you're just tuning in, guys, what I'm waiting for is for this market to crash out. We've got strong support at lower DD band for A+, which is what I'm looking for today. It might rally from here, but I had the spidey sense that the market was untrustworthy. It was going to go to there and plunge. Boy, was I right. Now, it didn't fall too bad, but I'm taking it easy right now. So back to what I was saying is we have a whole array of computers that just pulls data and looks at it. Imagine your time and sales on SPY. You see all the order flow coming in. So let me tell you the complexity of the data feed. Let me just pull up a chart really quick. It's pretty massive. Like I said, it costs about 50K a month to run Rocket Scooter, by the way. It's pretty expensive. Let me show you time and sales, right? Here's the time and sales on futures. You see that stream of data? This is one ticker. So imagine looking at an options ticker. It's the same stream of data. An options ticker being like QQQ 600 calls that expire today. Well, if you use QQQ calls that expire every day, then every day is a time and sales just like this. And that's just for one strike. And then imagine every strike. It's a grid of time and sales of thousands of time and sales just for QQQ. So one ticker has thousands of these when you look for every strike and every expiration. And then we look at 500 tickers of thousands of time and sales. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of time and sales are analyzed in real time behind the scenes to build resilience, to do liquidity maps. So the infrastructure is massive to crunch all that data in real time. We have a whole array of computers. We have 50 simultaneous threads crunching that options data in real time. We couldn't even have a single threaded process pulling that data in. Just for the options alone, we have 5 dedicated server machines with 10 threads each. Just pulling in the data and then parsing it to usable form. Just reading the data is 5 dedicated server machines. We use AWS. We use a combination of DigitalOcean and AWS, yeah. Cloud infrastructure, yes. So it's a massive thing. That's just grabbing the data. And then we have to parse the data into usable form. And then we have the filtration process, the black box calculation process. Then we have the server that you guys ping when you pull the data from the server when you load a ticker. All that stuff runs independently, and then the backups to all of that so we don't lose our data. It's pretty massive. So imagine, yeah, server costs. Yeah, they're pretty big. Do I recommend reading any books or papers to get better at trading? I actually don't. I don't think that helps you get better at trading. I have this conversation a lot with people. I think the way to get better at trading is to find people who trade and that show you they trade and show you their results, and then learn from them, like a free YouTube channel. You'll probably have a better chance at get better at trading by somebody that you can watch doing it. A lot of times books are obsolete or out of date, and they don't really give you a lot of information that's useful to you now. A book is good for like learning, I don't know, the history of something, but you're not really like in real time. Like you get to see me battling psychology, battling feel, look and feel. Hey, Matt, you had intuition. Why was it going to sell off? You get to actually ask me the question. The book author, you're not seeing it in real time. I really think the best way to learn trading is to mentor under somebody who actually trades and you can watch them trade. Now, I don't have a mentorship program. I don't sell mentorship. I don't train traders. But people that do what I do and do that, and you can see that they're a good trader, it's always good to mentor under people that you know that are good and then learn from them and learn the psychological angle and the position sizing and all their tricks. Now, like we have a boot camp, of course, we train you on, but there's really no book that I can recommend that I would say makes people better at trading. People try to read books like it's going to give them the strategy. Like, here's a strategy to use. This strategy will make you money. And that's really doesn't exist in a book, because if it did exist in a book, everybody would do it and then it wouldn't be any good anymore. So I would say I'd recommend finding people that trade and then just kind of watching. Like here, watch me for a couple months. Go watch Pat, go watch Matt, go watch all the people that stream and see if anything there looks usable to you, you know, like, and then sort of like dive into trading on your own. If somebody sells a mentorship package, be very careful buying training from somebody unless you've seen them trade and you're like, okay, that kind of looks cool. I kind of want to learn that. Hopefully that answers your question. Yeah. Friday for the most part, I've been testing lows for the past few weeks. Geeky, bro, the Fridays have been terrible where the market just fell and stayed lower. What's the most costly piece of my business? So we built Rocket Scooter, right? R&D was probably the most costly piece. The years and years and years of paying employees, researching, building, guessing, and testing. We finally isolated a product. Remember, I've never run a tech company before. And so we went through our growing pains up front. And development costs was probably the largest single. Development R&D together was like, I lumped them together, but they kind of like bleed into each other. Was pretty much the largest cost before the COGS became what they are now. Now the COGS per month costs more than the labor. But early on, before it was a platform, we had teams of engineers just churning and burning, like building stuff for years, right? That was for the most costly part. Yeah, but totally sunk about maybe 5 million into the platform. Yeah. All that green was made last night, man, pre-market. No trades today yet. I had a suspicion that the flat day was going to be flat and choppy. And as I told you guys, that's why you tune in. I tell you before something's going to happen, what I think is going to happen, and it looks like it happened exactly. You don't trust flat days. What is a flat day? When NASDAQ futures gaps up or down less than 40 points and the S&P gaps up or down less than 10, it's a flat day. Unless resilience comes in strong, like 50 or greater, it's not going to be a solid trending day. Now, S&P was solid for a little bit, 70, but then it quickly dropped down to 40 or less. Because what happens is stocks are flat and resilience is very sensitive to the middle point, half gap, and stocks just barely moving a little bit, resilience is going to chop all over the place. So did you guys remember my flat market teaching from boot camp? I teach you guys the same thing. Don't trust a flat market for direction. Let it play out. When NASDAQ had nothing nearby except for DD bands and pockets way down here, I got a little nervous trying to take the tiny little B trade setup. Rather, I'd like to wait for the A pluses down here. You guys all know that. I'm going to make a fortune if we tap it. Not shorting it. It is in no man's land. I'm going to kind of sit out. While S&P is sort of like holding the fort and looking great. NASDAQ, not so much. This is what happens in a flat market. Now, you learn this from me. You can come in with that knowledge in the market day and choose to not take any risk, and you'll have a better time doing that. Yeah. Thank you guys for your comments. Have you ever backtested MHP when broken through lower DD band long enough? I haven't tested MHP on irrational and how it adapt or how the probabilities change when irrational and DD band break. We assume that it's still strong. Obviously, when markets are irrational, the probability of breaking will go higher. Now, that question is a great question, Max, because you know what we're building this year. Our next thing that we're working on is the backtesting module. So the thing is, you'll be able to use AI to ask that question. Hey, AI, what's the probability that MHP holds under these conditions? And it'll say, well, the probability is this over the last X amount of days. But what happens if DD band is broken? And then you can ask it in plain English. The idea is we're gonna have an AI backtesting tool where you can ask questions like that. And then it's also gonna be useful for feeding information into like our machine learning tool we wanna make. It's gonna try to find setups we didn't already know we had with the data we have, which basically is like, hey, by the way, did you know this thing that you didn't know actually works 80% of the time under these conditions? That's it. When I make all that bread overnight. You just joined. What's up, Joseph? How you doing, man? Professor Matt already teaching again. Thanks for the great info. Yeah, of course. As somebody said, one man, a freelancer can't be trusted. Yeah, and the whole conversation came from, we roasted some guru who claimed they made $100 million and they're like the best trader in the world. And then they actually had to admit from the pressure we put on them that they actually quit trading because it was hard on their eyes and it was messing up their sleep schedule and it was literally killing them. And then it was like, okay, they dug themselves in a hole deeper. But trading is only killing you if you're bad at it. IDOC has to pry me away from my office to hang out with her sometimes because I love what I do. I love it. Now I'm older than that guy. I'm gonna trade until my eyeballs fall out of my sock. I'm gonna be 80 years old streaming on YouTube. Hey guys, welcome to the Rocket Scooter. Oh, my dentures fell out. Welcome to Rocket Scooter stream, guys. Ooh, who is that right there? Oh, that's gonna be me like in 40 years, man. I'll still be here doing this. I absolutely love it, but it's hard to not love something you're great at. I don't know. You know why people drink and why people smoke? Because it's killing them and they fucking love it. Who quits something that's killing them if you love it? That's the whole point of having a vice. Why do you gamble your money away at Vegas? You love doing it. Oh, that dopamine rush feels so good. So good. By the way, guys, our boot camp starts on Monday. If you haven't signed up for it, make sure you sign up for it. Do you recode resilience when holdings like when Tesla got added to it or similar situation? Yeah, so basically what we do, great question, Ro. We have a dynamic basket of stocks. We actually have 3 baskets of stocks. Let me tell you what they are. So in our backend, we have what we call it our IDX, but it's a basket of index products that is manually programmed by me. So we actually look at certain data index that's pretty hard coded, IWM, SPY, QQQ, VIX, things like that. Then we have a S&P and NASDAQ list and Russell list. And this is something that every single day we update. So we have a data source that we know which stocks we need to append to that list or modify that list. And this is automated customizable. And then we have a third list, which is user defined. So basically the priority list of how our data analyzes, we look at all the index products first. Then we grab the 500 companies for S&P and all the NASDAQ 100 and all the Russell stocks next. And then we have a user defined. Like if you guys type in a ticker in this list that's not on the first 2, it gets added to this list. And every day we read this list, we throw out the typos, and then we organize that list, and then we pull that data every day for you guys. So you actually can teach the platform tickers we don't already have. Now, currently right now, that list, that third list, user defined one, is actually broken. It doesn't pull in new data. It's actually frozen. So one of our projects is, while we do have that list continuing to get bigger, it's not pulling in the data you guys add to it anymore. And it's on the project list to fix it, but it's not super important because you guys are using this for futures and it already pulls in all the data you guys need for all the 500 companies and stuff. I'm talking like the one-offs. Some people are like, you know, hey, where's this? Where's Mara? Where's whatever? Like, you know, some hot stock or whatever for the hot minute may not be data we have in Rocket Scooter yet. We found out that if we just unloaded that list currently as it is in the current infrastructure, we'd overload the system. So we need to have a way where we bleed in that data. Like, it's unimportant for the initial opening, but it's important to have soon. So the idea is once the SP and NASDAQ stocks are done and liquidity maps and all that are calculated, then we should stage in this massive list. This is thousands of companies, much bigger than the S&P 500. We need to make sure it doesn't interrupt resilience and everything else, and sort of bleed in things and rank them based on the priority at which you guys have talked about something. The idea is if something's popular for the day, it would rank near the top of the list, and as something becomes less popular, it'll fall down the list. So that way we're staging in the things that are popular immediately after we do the 500 companies. Or I say the 500, the S&P, NASDAQ and stuff. To answer your question, Ro, yes. We have this whole dynamic ticker list process that we have. And we've been working on, yeah. So currently, yes, sometimes you guys will, hey, how come Rocket Seer doesn't have the sticker? I know. The user defined list is currently broken. But it isn't a quick fix either. We can't just turn it back on, it'll crash our system. So we have to, it's a whole project to fix it. Good question. So Bootcamp Live or recorded, it's live and recorded. So there's recorded videos. In the live, we watch them together and I go over them and I pause it and I talk about the video and then I give real examples in the current market. But yeah, guys, don't forget to hit the like button. We love y'all and thanks for supporting the stream today. You know, I'm a bull trader. If I got a feeling that the market is going to die a bit, what changed such that you don't short, even if it's a small size? Good question, right? I only short off of my strong pivots. And like I told you guys yesterday on My Funded TV, somebody said, can you short resilience? Negative, can you short the box? And the answer is you can. Here to there, we consider the box a B setup, which is roughly 60-40. We give it like it's slightly better than a coin flip. Oops, it's supposed to be a 40. So can one short negative resilience to fill the gap? Absolutely. Can one short the close as resistance? Absolutely. A lot of scalpers, including Trades by Matt, actually is a big fan of doing that. He's used Rocket Scooter for years. Sometimes he'll talk about it on his stream, but he's always utilized resilience as one of his main tools for scalping when we had it way back in the day. So he actually used to tell me, he's like, yeah, I like to play gap fills. And so he keeps it like off to the side. Part of his analysis was that I never did that trade setup, but other people do it very successfully. The only reason why is because I like to focus on just my A's and A pluses. On shorting, B pluses, I'll take the long side every time if I can, if it makes sense. If I feel weird on a B plus, like today felt weird, I just don't have to take the B setup. But can you short on a B setup? You guys absolutely can. But to prevent myself from over trading, I don't take every single trade. But one could theoretically short NASDAQ at 25,109 on negative res, because this whole box is resistance. And as you see, it is currently resistance now. Whereas weird that S&P is support on the box and it's also supporting. I'm more likely to take the long trade off the box than I am to take the short trade off the box, which is rare that I do it. But if it does make sense, like if there's a 50, 60, 70 point NASDAQ, like greater than 40, and resilience is negative and it's slowly entering the box, I'm known to sometimes jump a short to fill the gap. Yes. Just not the strongest short setup. If I had to start trading again, how would I start? Like start trading in general? If I had paused trading like in my life and I started over, I would start in some trader funding programs. And just slowly work my way back in. Albu says it'd be cool to have a tool that shows you the probabilities in real time, taking current conditions into consideration like volatility and so on. Albu, you have stumbled upon to what we call Rocket Scooter 3.0. That's the next big patch, Rocket Scooter 3. Rocket Scooter 3, you guys are currently trading Rocket Scooter 2. 2 point something, something, something. Rocket Scooter 3 is a backtesting module that has those probabilities in real time. There's a module over here that you can program some conditions and those probabilities appear on the chart. Exactly as you said it. You were 100% correct in how cool that would be. That is my ultimate finale for Rocket Scooter, is to have real-time probabilities displayed on the chart based on current conditions. The current conditions would say basically like you can select how much data do you want to go back in time for, the last 3 months, the last 6 months, the last all time, What conditions? What is the probability that we close above hedge pressure when DD ratio is greater than half and none of the irrational rules are read? And it looks at all those conditions and gives you the actual stats on the chart. Russ, 100%. My ultimate vision for Rocket Scooter is to have the probabilities on the chart for two reasons. Number one, I know the odds when I'm trading, but number two is if over time, we used to have a problem. Let me tell you how this is important. See, sometimes we make something that doesn't work or it loses its value over time. Now, let me tell you a history of hedge pressure. A long time ago, weekly options used to just be Fridays. Things would expire every Friday. So weekly options were Friday, Friday, Friday. And then a couple decades ago, index equity options started getting weeklies. They call them weeklies, but they would expire Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So for instance, SPY used to just be Friday, 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 Friday. And then, you know, sometime before I started trading, it went to Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday for 6 weeks. And then for week 7 and onward, it was Friday every other week. So options that existed were like Monday expiring, Wednesday expiring, Friday expiring. Now, 3 years ago, they decided to create Tuesdays and Thursdays. And then they changed the schedule. It's no longer times 6. It's Monday through Thursday times 2. So you have 2 weeks of Monday through Friday data. And then everything else after that is Friday. So if you go to options expiration, you will see that if you look at any ladder, you're going to have SPY expiring. Today's Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then it's Friday, 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 Friday. So when that happened, our hedge pressure had to change to account for Tuesdays and Thursdays. Now at the time, I analyzed to not have to make a big project out of it. Anytime we change hedge pressure, it's a huge deal. We had built hedge pressure around the philosophy that we only had Monday, Wednesday, Friday options. And then when they came out the Tuesday and Thursday, what I said was, is it going to change the data enough to warrant a huge project in years worth of data to study it, to change it? If we change hedge pressure, it changes the whole platform. And it could be a big risky change. The data could not work. How important is this Tuesday and Thursday options? So what we ended up doing was at first we ignored it and said, well, let's wait till the volume in those get really big and then we'll account for it. Because Monday, Wednesday, and Friday encapsulates the majority of the risk anyways. The 0 day incorporates or encapsulates most of the risk. The current expiring option is the most important one. So on a Tuesday, is that Tuesday as important as the Wednesday following it? Maybe. It actually ended up being, the answer is correct. Those options were widely accepted and immediately used. So to kind of rush, we did a quick, not so rigorous model of Tuesdays and Thursdays, while Monday through Friday was rigorous. It was a quick change and it started encapsulating the correct hedge pressure. The problem was as time went by and the S&P started going higher and higher and higher, that margin of error was bigger. Imagine a 1% error on something that's 1,000. It's only a difference of 10. But a 1% error of something that's 10,000 is 100. When the S&P has gone from like 2,000 to 6,000, the tick size, the point size of the error actually got bigger and noticeable. When hedge pressure was off 2 or 3 points, you didn't really care. But when it's off 13 points, then you start to care. So because we started seeing that hedge pressure was supporting like 80% of the time it stayed on the same side, as time went by, hedge pressure back tests started only showing about 60% under ideal conditions. And then it was like crap. The probabilities in our back tests were getting worse and worse and worse. It wasn't holding as much. Well, the error was finally realized with S&P starting to trade at 4,000 and 5,000. You know, when I created hedge pressure, S&P was in the thousands. And so now it's like, okay, now the error is noticeable. We need a rigorous model for Tuesday and Thursday. And seeing that probability deteriorate is what flagged us to build a new model and then get it back up to 80%. So I built the rigorous model for Tuesdays and Thursdays. We tested it for a while. Lifetime members voted on it, and now it's back in play. And now the probabilities are presented to you guys in the boot camp. And they are here or somewhere. Oh, I don't know where the hell they are. They're in the boot camp somewhere. And they come out to be the same 80% under ideal conditions and roughly, let me get you the data real quick. So having those real-time probabilities will alert us to something losing its luster, and then we can just remove it as a strategy or fix it. And that created a whole year-long process. And that's why I was trying to do the estimate without it, the non-rigorous model, because the change was starting to become noticeable as the error became bigger when the S&P got bigger. Does that make sense? These slides are from our boot camp. So now under all conditions, this was Humble Traders published after the big market crash in April of this year. It states under all conditions, not ideal, but all conditions, which is the worst case scenario, blue hedge pressure holds 70% of the time. Same side close. So this was a response to us changing the model. And then Garrett went out there and started grabbing data, because I was like, hey, Garrett, can you grab some data and let me know what it looks like? Yeah, the bull market is great and all, but when next crash market we get, we need to see what is the worst case scenario under non-ideal conditions. So this incorporated the crash of February, March, April. And so when we added all that together, including the bull market and bear market, even in non-ideal conditions, it was back up to 70%, which I checked off the list and I was like, okay, good. Hedge pressure, back in the game. So this is the whole point of why data is important, right? And I think you guys like the idea that the real-time probabilities on the chart will be hella cool, because we'll start to see if something works or if it doesn't work anymore. If it doesn't work, we remove it. WHP is the blue line, hedge pressure. Weekly hedge pressure, orange is the monthlies. Yeah. But as you see, I love talking about the data. Could they ever change options data in a way that would nerf Rocket Scooter? If the world standard became some other way to value and price options other than Black-Scholes, then yes, then we just use the new standard. So the answer is Rocket Scooter is unnerfable. Because we just are reading what people are doing. Oh, thank you. You're gonna hang out today?
Yeah.
Hang out with us today? The difference is that what we're exploiting is something that doesn't change. Resilience is exploiting the fact that the index tracks the stocks. That's never going to change. We're reading where options exposure is, and people are going to hedge options. That's never going to change. The fact that that can never change, the principles in Rocket Scooter can never be nerfed. You think about it. It's not like we're exploiting an arbitrage between two markets that traders will close the gap. Theoretically speaking, the more people that would use resilience, if 10 million people use resilience, then resilience would stop leading. But it's just would require everybody to use it. What's up, girl? Dang. Okay, look at that. Flex it back.
Wait. I have to.
Let me see your muscles. Dang. Okay. This is me if I go to Pilates every day for 3 months, huh? Twitter. Very nice. So guys, it looks like S&P is breaking all-time highs and NASDAQ is shitting the bed today. What an interesting day. Flat days, like I said, I'm so good at seeing these ahead of time. I don't take the gamble. Now it looks like it's doing okay. What would I do here? This could have been a big loss for a lot of people, and I'm just chilling flat. Can I get a baby whoosh fan? You guys want to see the whoosh fan? Okay. As you see, I'm very passionate about data and transparency. And one of the best things I'm excited about getting the backtest module in there is how much we're going to learn from it. What is it that we don't already know? And the idea is, what can we learn? Like, what else additional? You guys backtesting for like a year alongside me and the handful of people that manually do it, like Garrett and Ian. Y'all come up and say, Matt, I found out that this thing you've been teaching, it doesn't work. I could be like, great, let's remove it from the list. Let's get rid of some stuff. Doesn't work anymore. So the backtest actually got rid of a couple of our setups too, as we realized they weren't as strong. The short off of weekly hedge pressure, there used to be a short here. Sorry, from here to there. And we since got rid of that because of Garrett's study. We've removed it from the list. When his study basically stated that hedge pressure on the long side stays on the same side 70% of the time, under non-ideal and 80% ideal. In the non-ideal case, hedge pressure would break 40% of the time. So shorting 60% was no longer seen as a viable strategy, something slightly better than a coin flip was not strong enough to put on the liquidity maps. And we said, let's keep it there, but make it a small trade. And we said, well, no, because the 1A and 1B is small and medium already. It's weaker than a small. So let's make it a sit out. And so your back tests actually give us, oops, I deleted the fan, give us justification to remove setups. We no longer short off a hedge pressure from the bottom because it's only about a 60% chance. So the idea is that data allows us to change a strategy. And I'm excited to see the new stuff we'll learn when that back test does come out. Exciting, right? Your fan, I know, I got you, man. I got you, hold on. Got your whoosh fan. Are you leaving to go to Pilates? You want to trade with us? Yeah. Oh, okay. I want to make you push buttons. Hey Matt, how can I get the resilience signal on TradingView? So it's not on TradingView, Dean. You have to get it from Rocket Scooter, and you go to indicators and type resilience. Remember, our stuff is fed from a server. So, and you guys were asking like how the back end of stuff is built. Unfortunately, I know you guys are gonna geek out about our code stack, but the thing is that we're very secretive about how it's built on the back end, simply because we don't want hackers to know anything about the back end of the environment, just because I'm so paranoid about anybody knowing anything about it. But I'll give you some hints. The black box, the part that calculates all of this, is written in Python. And typical front-end stuff, typical front-end stack, you guys can analyze. You can go in the browser and see what language it's written in on the front end. Back-end infrastructure is very confidential, especially like where our servers are. Like I told you guys we use AWS and DigitalOcean, but I'm not telling you like which does what, and because we'd hate for somebody to like DDoS our data feeds and stuff. But Python, baby. Yeah, Python does all the math. Resilience is weak or negative? Yeah, certainly. So resilience is a leading indicator that's a gap fill predictor. If this white line is above 0, then the index is very likely to push to this side of the box. As you see, it's indicating support. That's why it's trying to make an attempt to move here. S&P, the white line is above 0. The box is support. So the word support changes based on the condition next to it. If the white line goes less than 0, then this becomes resistance. So as you see today, what was resistance earlier is now turning into support. There's been a switch. And resilience is sort of flip-flopping today, and that happens on a flat day, which is why I don't do scalp trades in the box on flat days, because longing here could have taken a loss, shorting here could have taken a loss, and now the market's gone nowhere. I've absolutely sat out since markets opened. What is DDoS? Or you attack a server with tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of robot machines, virtual cloud controlled, whatever attack, and you send everything to a server it wants to overload it. Yeah, you can short from half gap, Bradley, and you can short from the open. Anywhere in the box is a long or short setup. Just because I personally don't like to short as much doesn't mean it's not a good short setup. As you see, the half gap resistance to fill the gap is still strong here, with it being slightly negative. But I don't trust resilience being close to 0 when the market's flat. I sort of just avoid it. Like look at S&P today rallying to all-time highs, and NASDAQ is like selling off from all-time highs. You see that? That's flat day mechanics. And we know that coming into this day, and I train you guys to be prepared for this day. So just take it with a grain of salt. Had I longed NASDAQ, I'd be upside down. Had I long S&P, I'd be way up. So right, that was pretty much a coin flip today. And that's why I avoided it. I would have been all this extra work to still be flat. Half of those up, half of those down. How far back do we backtest? For our liquidity maps, we go all the way back to 2020. So we have 5 years of data in our servers, our database. So all of our probabilities are based on 5 years of data. With all this data, can my trading be automated? Yeah, so a friend of mine and me are thinking about automating some rocket scooter setups for ourselves, just for our fun, for us to use personally, to give it a go. It'll trade mostly high probability setups, liquidity pockets. It'll watch all the indices at once and automatically trade. We even thought about one that would automatically trade stocks. Essentially, I'd program it to long at hedge pressure and long at bull zone and long at bear zone and let it ride. Your turn, show us a double bicep. Good job, baby. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I ain't seeing that until earlier. Okay, ready? Go.
Wait. Can I sit in the chair and you flex?
All right, let's go. Although I'm kind of skinny fat right now because I haven't been working out as much.
How do you do it? No.
Oh,
You're supposed to be my arms. Right? Wait, how does that work, guys?
Hold on, wait. Right here. Turn and face the camera.
Oh, okay.
Wait, no, but you can see me behind you. It's like that scene from Step Brothers.
Oh, okay, hold on.
You know, it's just like I can see him behind you. He's like, hello, lovely lady.
Okay. How about now?
Look at this little wimpy arm that you have.
Wait, your arm is so white compared to my skin. I have like this olivey Asian skin. You gotta hide. Easy hiding. Hey guys, I'm iDocTalk. I'm here to talk to you about eye problems and common eye misconceptions. Come at me. Wait, I don't know how they do this.
No,
it's perspective.
But no, the chair. So what they do is they stand up and do this, and somebody puts their arms.
Oh, okay. I'll try you.
No, you can have a chair though.
Okay, well, can you squat?
Like if I were to do this.
Squat.
Yeah, but I can't. Yeah, and it just looks weird at this point. I look like I have like weird appendages. I have like a little hand. Yeah.
Sorry. Curious talk.
Come on, like I've been told I've got some pretty good shoulders. Like these are here. That's like years of kicking ass and taking names, you know.
Right here. Just know that everywhere I go, he follows.
What trades did I take overnight? I longed at weekly hedge pressure, which was exactly like at 82, I think, or 78. We dipped to there. I longed to there and closed out. I posted in Discord when I did it. And then when we consolidated like here, somewhere around here, I longed again and closed out there. Yeah. You did put the carrots in your eyes.
Gatekeeper, you asked what is the best drops for allergies? Pat a day. It's over the counter now. It used to be prescription only under a different name, but then they reformulated it, so now it's Pat Day. Works really well. But remember, it doesn't lubricate your eyes, it just stops it from itching, so you have to pair it with lubricating eye drops if you're going to use that. By the way, guys, not all eye drops are lubricating. Yes, Carol, we all need lube for our eyes. Giggity. Ooh, I've never heard of Hydrosense gel. Eye treatment, warm compresses, and go to your eye doctor to get antibiotics. Don't try to express it yourself. You don't want to scar yourself. Is smile better than LASIK? Depends on why you're being recommended smile over LASIK. Eye problem, if it's a vision issue. Loaded question. Loaded answer.
Well, guys, I gotta look up something really quick.
Hair looks good. I literally rolled out of bed, but thank you. Oh, weird. Mikey.
You sound like he's doing like he's up to no good over there.
If you guys didn't know, Michael was in my community before, and now he's in Matt's community, and he doesn't return to mine. Matt somehow has stolen one of my community members, my mod. Yep, exactly. He left me for Matt.
Mm-hmm.
My dog, did Matt hide my chat on screen? Now he's just purposely ignoring you. And no, I didn't butt ban you either. You're very visible.
Only gonna do one more thing. My post was wrong. I put the wrong price.
That's true. Matt has value in that he helps people make money. Some people gain when they watch his stream. When people watch mine, they lose brain cells. You would leave me for Matt? I hate you. Yeah, it is Carol. I talk on Twitch, but I haven't streamed in a really long time. So I'm sure when I decide to stream, then Matt will be like, everybody, she's finally online. Back from the dead. Nah. We should probably go to the eye doctor every year, dude. I think that is better looking than. Oh, wait until I got a face full of makeup and you might think differently. Oh. What did they diagnose you?
Just got a couple more seconds here.
I don't see patients at all. I've retired. Optic atrophy? I'm actually not sure. There could be some stem cell development in the pipeline to grow tissue, but that's like years down the line. I don't know if it can restore vision that you've lost or never had. Actually, I'm still working. I'm going to Boston next week for like a week. So I'm lucky for like 2 weeks and then I have to go. Hey, Emma. Gonorrhea? The conference there that I had to cover. We will. Today's Friday, so I'm sure there's gonna be another opportunity to take a Polaroid. He's like, what are you gonna do with the Polaroid? What do you mean? Play music, they said. You're silent. I can sing for you. I'm just scared that if I sing, it's gonna distract Matt, and he's just gonna delete everything on accident.
Delete what?
Nothing. They want music. It's too quiet.
Oh, my bad. I'm back. Hold on. All right, we're back. Are there any trades to take? Come on now. Let's get back to the. Okay, guys. We should give away in a little bit. It's that time again. It's that time again to do a giveaway. What did I say today? Tradeify, did we get to 1,000 viewers? Shit, we got to 1,100. All right, let's give away a Tradeify straight to fun. That's how much I love you guys.
This.
Hold on, quick question. What is that?
This is one of my friends.
Quick question for, is it worth buying? American battery technology. In what context is this? Oh, you trading penny stocks? Look.
Look.
Let me explain something to you. And to you, all these kids, that penny stocks are risky, man. I can give investment advice, but I would say Matt doesn't know anything about that kind of stuff. He doesn't trade penny stocks.
Okay.
You can lose. He says you can lose all your money trading penny stocks. Just tell him that.
Okay.
That's my opinion, but don't tell him that as advice. I can give him advice. Let's say when I asked Matt, he sort of rolled his eyes and said he doesn't trade penny stocks because he hears that people lose all their money. Just to like teach him without telling him it's a bad idea. I know nothing about the company, by the way.
Okay.
Just in general. Which we like with always, Matt just says, do your own research. Don't buy something because somebody on the internet tells you to buy it. Okay. Where'd the music go? Somebody in chat said I should talk to Lance. Are we sure his voice hasn't 90% atrophied from all the trading? Can he still talk? I know he can't see anymore. Okay, I need to stop cooking that guy. That steak is burnt to a crisp. All right, trade a fight. One straight to funded. All right, sorry. Let me clean up the Oops. Trade a 5, baby. Is me a DM on Discord? Okay, I'll check it out. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Let's get ready to spin that wheel, baby. And we'll do some other giveaways too in a little bit. And it's NASDAQ is just not so tradable today. Do you think, how would you rank today's thoughts? Can you close that door, please? If you don't mind. Sorry. When we leave it open, I can hear the echo behind me. Thank you. Thanks, honey. See how it's better? All right. I'm such a snob when it comes to audio. He's like grabbing your blanket. Yeah. How did we do today, right? The avoidance strategies. I teach this in the boot camp. Don't forget, boot camp starts on Monday. Not every day is a good trading day. Not every day is a good read. And I was really smart at reading what I read and avoiding it. Okay, one of you is about to become a funded trader with Tradeify. Immediately, every day we'll do a straight to funded giveaway on top of our original giveaways. As long as I'm running this like promotion here, we can do 1,000 viewers. I'll do a Tradeify straight to funded. Grand prize. Cost me like 500 bucks. Yep. Del Pac. Winner, bro. And it being Friday, guess what? I'm gonna give away 4 direct to funded. I keep forgetting that it's Friday. Why did I say Tradeify? It's ETF day. My bad, ETF. Let's hype that up because I'm gonna give away 4 funded accounts of ETF. Okay. Now let's start over. Tradeify straight to funded just quickly. It's the one you see me trading on my screen. Really good plan. It's consistent. It's really good. Code Rock is here to get you a great deal with these guys, 30% off. With the straight to funded, you immediately skip the eval and you get to get rid of the actual psychology of passing eval. Now the pressure's on, you got to pass the real account. It makes it a little harder to do. Since we're doing funded account giveaway, oops. Type in ETF, guys. Or if you guys are gonna become funded with lead trader funding immediately, forget the eval, get all that stuff. All you gotta do is be here, call your name, you're a funded trader. Song. Type it in. Now, ETF's direct to funded program is fantastic. Basically what you do is you go and immediately are funded out the door from minute 1. All of your work goes towards your funded balance and then goes towards your payout. They have two different kinds, 50K and 25K. Each of them has different types of payout structures. If you go to their website, let me give you guys a little focus on their website. Again, currently, speaking of ETF right now, they have a 90% off sale. Brand new website. It's really nice and clean. They compare all their accounts together. The static is the one I tell people is my favorite account for beginners in all of our partners, for the simple reason that a static account has no trailing drawdown. It becomes the simpler of all types of trading accounts to trade. And so their static is like the best in class of all the statics. It's 3 times better than Apex's static. The bigger drawdown is really nice. The directive funded here, you can go, let me see if I can get some information. Go to show more. And then I can do, where's the FAQ thing? Oh, here it is. Directive funded. Yeah, no daily loss limit, which is actually really awesome. Tradeify's directive funded has a daily loss limit. So these guys don't do daily loss limit. And with directive funded programs, it's also usually not like uncapped payouts. It's usually like a payout system, like over a certain amount of days, you get a payout. But the no daily loss limit is great because I hate daily loss limit. That's like my least favorite rule of all prop rules. Very awesome program. If you guys kind of get into that phase of you pass the eval, then you go to the funded side, and then you basically choke and mess up and then have to start all over. It's the psychology of props, man. Like once the pressure's on, people tend to screw up extra because they're worried. And once you direct the fund, it gets rid of that pressure right out the door. That's why I actually like it. That's why I like Tradeify's. The moment you buy the account, you're making money in it or making profit in it. Okay. We've been working alongside ETF for years. They're just friends of ours. They've been nice. They've gone through a lot of growing pains and building a really stellar prop firm, building some strong community trust, and obviously modifying their plans for the better as time has gone by. Listening to things that, you know, you guys have to say and listening to this community. You got to respect that. They've been very cool. The Rock Scooter Group. All right. But 50K has a $5,000 max loss is pretty big. Yeah, that's actually pretty big. For a 50K, that's huge. Yeah. By comparison, Tradeify's 150K max loss is 6,000 for the 150K for Tradeify's Lightning funded. The two of them are by far the two best companies for directed funded. THX 1111, buddy, you're the first winner. I feel like I want to go to the pool before it stops being summer. After afternoon stream, yeah, we could go. Yeah. I need to get tan. Get my tan on. I'm getting pale. I'm getting pasty. It's so invisible. It's like the light is blinding everybody. The reflection off of my arm.
Only you can say that.
What should I prefer myself? Since I'm live with ETF Yawn, I can't trade their directed funded program because I'm already live with them. But if I had to choose, knowing what I know now, DLL is my least favorite role. I hate DLL. It keeps you from being able to scale. Now they do have the ATD rule there, which also prevents scaling. It's their own way of consistency. But I hear through the grapevine that ATD rule is about to probably change. And I'm just giving you guys a little teaser about that. Well, it's a really cool consistency rule. I think it's better than some of the other consistency rules out there. It's a different way to look at it. I think they're going to modify that to go to more of a traditional model. So trailing is the worst rule. Yeah, I don't like trailing at all. Yeah. Scaling meaning that you can scale your account in general. LQP trades, pattern number 2. An example is daily loss limit is your stop. An example being that like you lose $1,000 if it was DLL, then $1,000 is what you're going to lose to make whatever you're going to make. That's your risk. And then there's your reward. So people trade multiples of their risk to get a reward. If you're trading a 2-to-1 trade, then your reward is 2,000 for every 1,000 you risk for the day. Therefore, the smaller the daily loss limit, the smaller your profit's going to be for your typical size that you're trading, your typical risk and reward ratio. So if the daily loss limit is really tight, then your account can't grow that fast. You're only making a multiple of your risk. And therefore, daily loss limit prevents you from going really high, really quick. With the consistency rule, doesn't bother me at all. With Fund Index consistency on the legacy, it's 40%, but you know what? Fuck their consistency. I don't care. I make 10,000 a day, and then I just got to make 10,000 2 extra days, and I already did it. Back on track. So consistency, you can absolutely go straight to the moon when there's no DLL. There are no DLL legacies on my Fund Index is why those are my big payout accounts. I'm going for those. But that makes sense. With DLL, it just limits your scalability. It's good for beginners. Little Blue had a great idea. It's good for beginners, but bad for experts. Yeah. With the beginner, it keeps you learning how to control your P&L. You're going to make a little bit more than you're going to lose if your R&R is greater than 1. But you're not like going up really big and slamming down really fast. You know, it gives you, it's a control that like sort of, it's like bumpers in bowling. It kind of keeps you in the lanes. And that's it. Okay. Winner number 3. So my overnight strat, red candles, is just longing off of hedge pressures. We get 2 levels overnight, weekly and monthly. And there was a blue line here, which is weekly hedge pressure overnight. So I long off of that and I long off of that. If we're below the orange, I short off of it. That's it. And I don't short off of the blue. I long off the blue, long off the orange, short off the orange. And those are my 3 overnight strats. That's literally all I do. And sometimes I'll use the previous day's close as support and resistance as well. Like last night I did as well. If you're supporting at the close, I assume the market's going to try to gap up and I'll trade for 40-point rip off of a close trade support in previous day's close. Because I know it's going to be a pivot the next day. Close and open are always pivots. So if it's supporting the close, I'm trading it like it's a gap fill, just I don't have resilience. I'll still take the trade. All right. That's my overnight strat. It's pretty simple. Winner number 3, Elite Trader Funding. And again, they're currently having 90% off sale, which ends today. So if you guys haven't checked them out, at least if you're having, trouble in the prop space and you want to try the static, which is sort of the account that I say is the least hard of all types of accounts. Trailing drawdown's the hardest. End of the day, drawdown's kind of in the middle. Static is the easier because it doesn't have a drawdown. The rule is technically easier. They have a great program there. That's not 90% off, but their other plans are 90% off. Use our code Rocket Scooter. Insane football. I kind of want to hear this song again. The Chasing Profits song. Rats buddy, let's go. There he is. There he is. Yes, sir. Chasing down the numbers, yeah, we're taking flight. Options, trading, calculations on my mind. Got my crew beside me, always hustling, never blind. High stakes, high rewards with the gold you can't find. Booming in the market like the stars will shine. Rolling with the profits, never looking back. Stock market dreams and we're on our track. Rolling with the profits, never looking back. Stock market dreams and we're on our track. Cruising on my rocket, riding waves of green. Investing in the future, living out the dream. Hedge fund warriors, we're the kings and queens. With every trade I make, we're breaking scenes. Rolling with the profits, we're in the spotlight. Flipping every dollar till we reach that height. Stock market dreams shining ever bright.
On this rocket scooter, we're taking flight. Rolling with the profits, never looking back. Stock market dreams and the
Name.
Rolling with the profits, never looking back. Stock market dreams and the honor. Eyes on the charts, never missing a beat. With a heart full of hustle and the driven elite. From the floor to the sky, watch our fortunes meet. Living life like a movie where the triumphs repeat. Rolling with the profits, life's a trade-off game. Stock market dreams and we're rising to fame. On this rocket scooter, pushing through the pain. In the world of finance, we'll forever repeat. Riding high on momentum, feel the thrill inside. Every deal I'm making on this rocket, I glide. Numbers in my favor, watch the volume swell. In the game of finance, you either win or dwell. Transfer the diggers, need the snakes.
Number one FX. Congrats for you guys. All right, guys. So the Formula Win LQP Insane Football name, and number one. Here's how you claim your prize. You're going to go to my Discord. You're going to go to, now you have an hour to do this or you forfeit the prize, so pay attention. You're going to go to my Discord. Link is in the description below. Congratulations, by the way. I love giving away stuff. It makes me happy. You're going to go to my Discord. You're going to go to the contest channel in my Discord. You're going to find an admin. His name is Slacks. You're going to send him a message. Take a screenshot of your YouTube ID. That way we know that it's you. It'll prove that you're you to him. You're going to have an account with Elite Trader Funding already set up. And you're going to let him know the email ID for that account. He's going to hook you up with the code and you get your account probably by the end of the day today. You guys are winners. Also, the person Delpoc that won the Tradeify straight to funded. Same instructions, except go get your account with Tradeify. Your account has already been made before you contact Slacks. You have an hour. Clock starts now. Congratulations to the 5 winners. We gave away 5 funded accounts today. As we tend to do. We tend to do more giveaways here than anywhere else. And by the way, quick little announcement. You know, Pat is hosting his little World Championship Challenge. I told him to give a shout out for it on the stream. If you guys want to enter the BDH World Trading Challenge World Cup, it's with Legends Trading. You go to legendstrading.com, go to buy your account, and it's at the checkout. Code BDH is actually getting you $39 to enter this global contest. If you win, there's a prize. I think it's like 15 or 20,000 bucks or something. And you get a trip to Florida to go hang out with Pat for the day. So just, did I give away 6? Oh, wait, hold on. No, I gave away, I gave away 1 extra. Shit. Okay. Let me, okay, hold on. I gave away 1 extra. All right, shit. I did give away 6, didn't I? Oops. THX, my bad. I gave away 6. All right. Well, it is what it is. So if you guys are looking to win that prize of that trading contest, feel free to enter it. I'm entering it just for fun, just because Pat invited me to enter, and he's like, you should enter. And I'll do it. And so it's just like a 3 or 4 day event next week, or 5-day event. It's only for a week, and it's in a paper sim account with or not, like it's in an eval account with Legends. Excuse me, oh, Candle's your net too. Cool. Yeah, that'll be fun. Just to check it out. And then I'm gonna see what it's like and what the format's like. And the guys at Legends said that we could host tournaments the same way, just to do it for like internally for our group. So Rocket Scooter guys, we have like a little fun trading contest inside of our community and give away prizes and cash and stuff for that. Sounds kind of fun. I've always liked the idea of having trading contests. I'm like Mr. Trading Contest. Cool deal. All right, guys, get some of them cool vibes out. Congrats to the winners. It looks like NASDAQ is back to the right side of the rally. It's been literally 2 hours and the market has made a full circle back to where we started. This new Tradebait prop. This is what I hate about the influencer community. There's a bunch of these like small time, no name Twitter influencers that are trying to sell affiliate codes that they're not inside or know anything. Tradebait's not making a prop firm. I've seen so many of these influencers post like, what do you guys think about Tradebait's new prop firm? They're just circle jerking each other and piggybacking off the 5 or 6 people in the know. So I had a meeting with Tradebait's team 3 weeks ago about this. You guys remember I told you guys about it. They're not making a prop firm. They're making it's a rebranding effort. It's just a rebrand. Tradebait prop. You know why? Because they're trying to compete against Top Step X. That's all that it is. All these people out there like getting misinformation. So I literally sat down with them and chatted with them, and this is what they're doing. Tradebait has a monopoly on prop firms for the longest time until Project X came through and people are now building their prop firm in Project X like Top Step and others. So Tradebait is losing a whole lot of Tradebait is losing a whole lot of business on that end. Because when you buy a prop account, the prop firm pays $25 a month for you to Tradebait plus your data feeds. So 25 plus, or actually it's $30 now. 30 plus 12, which is the data feed, level 1 data cost. So if I open an account with like anybody, that prop firm is paying $42 a month for me for that account. Tradebait. They make a ton of money off of these prop firms. And every additional account is $5 extra. That's why a lot of the prop firms opened up 20 accounts. It ups their risk, but it's just extra add-on and sale. They can get a huge margin on the $5. This is how prop space sucks. They don't listen to Twitter influencers. They know jack shit. Okay. This is what they're really doing. So they're just rebranding in a way that, you know, Top Step X removed Tradebait. Tradebait's response is Tradebait prop. They're campaigning against Project X prop firms and supporting Tradebait only prop firms. They're trying to get folks like me and Pat and all these other people to stand by them in the war of prop APIs now. They're trying to get the community to pick sides. So they're campaigning now. Do we have your allegiance? We have your allegiance. They're all reaching out now. So now prop firm influencers are like seeing people say Tradebait prop and they think that means Tradebait's making a prop firm. They're absolutely not. They're just campaigning against Project X. Do I post my night trades in market chat? Yeah, sometimes I do. So yeah, there's a lot of people out there that are like saying, what do you think about Tradebait's new prop firm? Because it's called Tradebait prop. But there's like maybe like 3 or 4 people that actually sat down and got the info. Remember I told you guys I met with them 2 weeks ago? I thought they were making a prop firm because the meeting invite was from Tradebait prop. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. But I sat down and like, no, Tradebait prop is just a website they're making. It's kind of like going to be like a prop aggregate site that has listed all of their partners on it. And that's like their effort they're going to be referencing in all their marketing and stuff. As Tradebait's trying to push the idea that prop firm is a good place to start as a trader, using their platform and their brokerage services, Ninja and all that. The new folks at the new head honchos over there believe that it's important to promote their prop partners who are working with them. So that's all that it is. Is Ninja Trader prop the same? Yep, it's all the same thing. And they're going to try to, yeah, and they're having some software updates and stuff. We actually talked about their software updates and we talked about getting Rocket Scooter built as an add-on inside of Tradebait. And we have another meeting with them for that as well, so that we can be a Ninja Trader. They'd have to build a separate API, kind of like Jigsaw, and we would be inside of their ecosystem, but not in a indicator sort of way, but like a separate API as an add-on to Tradevate itself. They are making some changes to the software. They're trying to make changes to their software to compete with Project X. That's all Tradevate Prop is a rebranding and hype. I left the meeting thinking they were just hyping the same shit. Let's be real. I didn't leave the meeting with like these groundbreaking things they're going to do. What they're making is a website that promotes the prop firms that are in their umbrella. That's it. And maybe some platform changes down the road. Things they want to do. But anything coming down the pipeline anytime soon? No, it's more just a marketing thing. So I was all hyped because I thought Ninja Trader was going to have their own prop firm. But that's really what it is to go to war with Project X. And I think that's great because Project X is absolutely trash. Well, at least TopStep X is trash. The whole platform is just a horrible experience. You can't even trade separate DOMs inside the platform. But in their defense, Tradevate's web version is also garbage in that sense as well, because you can only log into one account per DOM. You can't, even though you can move different DOMs around inside of Project X, which I thought was great, you can't actually assign each DOM to a separate account. So both of them kind of suck in that aspect. So both of their web versions are trash. But at least Tradevate has a desktop version that lets me do that, so I can trade multiple accounts at once, which is nice. Top prop firms, like I said, Fund and Next, My Fund and Futures, and like ETF are the ones that I think have the best offerings currently right now. You just open a new window tab. But yeah, Joe, that's every window. You have to have 15 browser tabs open, and then that just starts to be a nightmare of itself. Yeah. So then you can just go through all the different browser tabs, and then each time you have a browser tab open, it's got the whole streaming platform information. You're just going to use all your, your browser's going to get like bogged up. I tried it before. It didn't work so well. You're 100% right, though. You can have each tab be assigned to an account, and you're like clicking through the tabs, and then Tradevate is terrible because it crashes all the time. So imagine like you're trading 20 accounts in 20 tabs, one in each account, and then it crashes. You have to like refresh all of it, and your browser crashes and stuff. MFFU announced live last night about their platform. Yeah, that's correct. An AMP for date, what you select. Wait, for AMP? What do you mean? Oh, for data? For Rocket Scooter, you just need level one data for whatever you're trading. The cheapest data they've got, level 1. That's all you need for candles. You can get Tradevate to make bracket orders for group trades. This is the first time the Tradevate people under new management have ever reached out. Before Rick, the old CEO, retired, before the Ninja merger, he sort of was like emeritus CEO. He kind of just, he's there in honor, but he really is mostly retired. Rick and I used to talk a lot. We would we'd have a phone conversation at least once a year, every year for a decade. But, and I would sort of like try to make Rick and I'd meet with Brian every once in a while. But ever since then, like the new owners took over, they really have kind of got silent with the community. This is the first time the Tradevate people have reached out to me since Rick retired. So what platform do I think is the most robust? For trading, Tradevate's desktop is probably one of the better platforms I've used. Now, people have some say like Quant Tower is pretty good. I've never used it. Thinkorswim is ancient, but functions very well. As far as mobile apps go, Tradevate's mobile app is great. Trading Options, Webull mobile app is great. Robinhood's great. Tradevate has a desktop app. Oh, dude, it's fantastic. That's what you see on my screen. The desktop app is good. I can open up multiple DOMs, and each DOM is assigned to a different account. Oh yeah, But you can only log into the desktop app in the one of your props. You can't log into it in multiple props. Oh, and TradingView. Sorry, yeah, TradingView is a platform. I think right now the best trading platform out there is TradingView. I totally forgot to say that. Yeah. You need multi-broker copy trading and Tradevate. The problem is Tradevate only allows one instance to be logged in one account to be logged in per instance on desktop, and then one instance per browser tab. So it doesn't allow you to connect multiple, but Ninja does though, yeah. Ninja's the only really good platform that lets you kind of do that. But then Ninja's like, I mean, if you're trying to use NinjaTrader for just order entry, it's decent. If you're trying to use NinjaTrader for like complex technical analysis and stuff, it's very clunky. It's very old, just like Thinkorswim. And it's not like a modern platform. Most of the people I know that are like NinjaTrader vendors that sell stuff on NinjaTrader, they spend half of their time troubleshooting NinjaTrader problems with their customers and getting their customers to like update their machines to buy like high-end gaming computers and stuff. Because NinjaTrader is just kind of like, you know, single-threaded process. It's a 15-year-old platform. And just like Thinkorswim, they just kind of aren't built like a modern platform. So they're really like big resource hogs and glitchy. Do you need both TradingView and Rocket Scooter? No, you just need Rocket Scooter, Ski Bomb. Quant Tower lets multiple at the same time. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's why I keep hearing good things about Quant Tower. Everybody says good stuff about it. Rocket Scooter, ride the chill flow. Half gap boy. All right, guys, we rallying today. We crashing today. What's the T? What do we think? Is NASDAQ gonna rally? Is NASDAQ gonna die? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Probably rally today. What are we thinking? Probably rally. Just like, yeah, we've had the same sort of like setup the last like market just dives really quick, then rallies for the rest of the day. Dive lower than we rally. Maybe so. I know it's like not so sexy to not have any trade setups, right? But ain't nothing sexier than not taking a lot of risk market. Half gap boy, sipping pina coladas. That opening dive was pretty nasty, right? We did definitely see that coming from a mile away though, or forecast it coming. What the heck is going on here? All right, let's load up my chart here. What's going on in the NASDAQ? How's that looking today? This is the same. It's like the last 4 days, right? Dip, market dips, rallies up, market dips, rallies. It's just that same. Sells really hard, squeezes up. Sells really hard, squeezes up. Sells really hard, squeezes up. Maybe. What do y'all think? What are we thinking? S&P doesn't seem to care. NASDAQ has a lot of ground to cover compared to S&P. One more sell really hard and squeeze up. Oh, that'd be fantastic, right? But how many people jumped in to try to chase a short and they're sitting here getting squeezed now? Sipping pina coladas. Half gap boy. All right, be right back, guys. Quick break. Oh, that's funny. Very cute. Ooh. Is it poopy time? Nope, that was a numero uno. They're asking me in chat. They're traders, man. What do you think? We sit here and talk about our feelings and stuff?
Yes, guys do. All the time.
Poop jokes and dick jokes and cocaine and hooker jokes. That's all we're all about here. What else are you gonna spend your money on? Make $1 million. Wait, what are you gonna do with it? Oh. Well, yeah, but you also have hookers and cocaine as well. I don't know. It's part of the. I saw it in a movie. Okay.
What's the stereotype with hookers and traders, guys? He's trying to explain this to me. He's like, it's hookers and cocaine, actually.
Yeah. Hookers and blow.
Hookers and blow?
Yeah.
I don't understand. That's all three. Wait, what helps with your trading? The cocaine or the hookers?
The cocaine helps with your trading.
Hookers while you're trading?
Yeah. Have you not seen Wolf of Wall Street?
I have, but I don't remember specific scenes where there's a hooker doing blows.
Leonardo DiCaprio was like, he's like, wait, you can do your job under the influence of drugs? And Matthew McConaughey goes, how else are you gonna do this job? Hookers and blow, my friend.
You're saying all of them are doing cocaine right now while they watch you?
Most of them.
What? All right. Put your drugs down, guys. Go touch grass. Maybe pray to Jesus Christ.
Funny.
At what age did I retire? From iDoc stuff?
Oh, she ain't retiring. It looks like she's retired because she's sitting here in Pilates clothes and just like shopping for jewelry. But honestly, she's sitting there in the corner working most of the time.
Yeah, I am. I really am.
She actually works a whole lot, as much as I do. It just appears like she doesn't work because look how casual she looks.
Well, I was on my way out to go do Pilates, but Matt wants to join me, so I'm just gonna wait until he's done with you guys, and then I'll take him.
Wait, you guys have drugs? I love that meme from We're the Millers. Remember that movie?
Yeah. Oh my god, I love that movie.
Like they're like He's like, wait, you guys get paid? Remember that? That's the.
I want to watch that again tonight. Funny. The eyebrows guy, then the spider biting that guy's nutsacks.
Yeah. All right, looks like market's pulling back a little bit. Man, I'm so happy that I didn't chase this long. Guys, look, I know this is like really boring and not so sexy to watch me not make a trade. But let me tell you something. Like, do you see this? Do you see how at the start of the day I said it was not tradable? Do you guys understand that this is probably the most important trading day you've seen of all of them? No trade is actually a trade. The signals aren't that great. The things are good. And like strategically sitting out, not taking risk. You're 100% about buy the dip, buy your course. I'll buy like 10 of your courses. But yeah, you guys get it, right? Very important to identify when a trading day is not a trading day. This is the difference between an expert and a novice in trading. Every single move a novice is going to chase. Somebody like me that has expertise in this style of trading, at least, I know the difference between what's tradable and what's not. What I tell you today, I'm going to wait for A pluses today. This could be the day that sells off and crashes. Lance has certainly made $1 million the last 5 minutes, huh? That's what he said. Oh, 100%. In sales of his course, that's for sure. Well, I'd have to sell 500 boot camps to make 10,000 bucks. You just got to sell one. I should raise my prices. Can you tell me about Take Profit Trader? Take Profit Trader is the second most used code in Rocket Scooter. They are a fan favorite here. Everybody that used to use Apex now uses Take Profit Trader. That like basically a very similar experience, but Take Profit is a 2-day to pass, and then once you go funded, it's 6 days total to pay out. And then it's daily payouts. That's why people like it. You can pay out every single day. Sitting out is the strongest trade, 100%. And while we entertain you guys and we goof off and we tell stories and I'm going on my rants about other gurus, and as you see, I'm just entertaining you in the dead space. Normally I'd be talking about the trades I'm taking, but we're, you know, always gonna make sure that we keep the conversation flowing, but also making sure that you guys aren't sitting here being like, watch me be an amateur when I trade. Like I'm always trying to find trades. This is absolutely not a setup worth taking. No. Yeah. It's amazing to have so much patience to wait for the right trade. As you get better at this, you will realize you are a sniper. You wait and you wait and you wait, and then you pull the trigger. You're not running around, you know, with the shotgun. It's not no shields Team Rockets like it used to be in Quake. You know, remember Team Rockets? Or sorry, in Halo. Team Rockets, no shields, just running around, shooting the ground everywhere. So, you know, being a sniper is the best way to be. Patience and waiting. Patience is patience, P-A-Y. Hey. Team Rockets, dude, that was crazy. Where basically everyone would just die all the time because the splash damage will get you. So, have you guys are in a trade right now, which is absolutely fine. The difference is, in the last 2 hours, you've aged 4 and I've aged 2. That's my favorite way to teach that lesson. Half of you were right, half of you were wrong, but half of you aged twice as fast as I did. Waiting impatiently for something to happen spins your biological clock a little faster. Making sure that you're in and out of the market as quick as possible is how, by age 38, you don't quit trading because you're a crybaby because your eyeballs are hurting. Oh, it's so hard to trade. I stare at the screen 12 hours a day. You know why? You don't have a system. I only stare at the screen 9 hours a day because you guys want me to stream. You know, my trades are like 10 to 20 minutes long, in and out. I'm done. I don't stare at a screen for 12 hours a day trying to find a trade like, let me find an opportunity here. I wait 4 hours for a hot 10 or 20 minutes, and then I'm sitting out and chilling. I try to make sure that like I teach that as well. There's nothing wrong with picking the right side of the trade, Half you guys get it right, half you guys get it wrong from the middle consolidating area. Doesn't mean you're right, doesn't mean you're wrong. But if I know there's not a good chance at momentum, I don't like to engage and sit in something for long periods of time. It doesn't feel as crashy right now, but you guys know half of my caution comes to the fact that we have not decayed on VIX. VIX has been holding pretty heavy on top of triple B for the last two, even though we had 2 chances of breaking and we've held. Usually this spells out volatile month end, which ends on the 15th of October. That's when the VIX options roller. We could have another week and a half of just crazy, crashy sort of volatile market. Okay, let's check this out. Oh, hello. It's the end of the month, isn't it? Well, the end of September. Beginning of October now. It's a whole new month. Hard to imagine. The time just flew by. It's starting to push higher, upper open price. With resilience just flip-flopping, it's not going to give a good read. And that's what we were kind of talking about this morning. Did I do a good job of prepping you guys for the trading day? This morning, I gave a speech that talked about how resilience was going to flip-flop and be hard to read. That's kind of why it's important to kind of get here pre-market. I'll give you guys my thoughts. You know, obviously, I don't give you investment or trading advice. But it is important to know that when you know the index is opening flat, and flat by my definition is within 1 strike distance of the corresponding ETF. NASDAQ opens within 40 points of the close and S&P within 10, it's considered flat. Flat is a recipe for choppy resilience. and flip-floppy market. Unless there's some strong pivot nearby, I usually let the flat choppy market dip to a strong pivot and then I buy. We had nothing nearby to trade off of, so I didn't really get any decent entries. What the heck? Okay, let's try that again. Ooh. All right, we got about a little bit. About a little bit of time before I go to my funded TV. So in the meantime, I hope there's something good. S&P is just pushing higher and higher and higher. As a day like this was ultimately confusing for a lot of traders. Hopefully this was worth something to y'all. Let me read chat. Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat. So I get 40% off with my code Remington. Yeah, so basically every prop deal out there that we have a code with, our deal with those prop firm is that we get the same deal. So there's never going to be a prop firm that I have a code with that gives a different deal than us. My code will work for the ones you see on the screen. Same deal they have. So anytime like take profits, like we have a sale, use my code for it. If you want to support us, if that's what you're saying. Yeah, so use our code. It'll be exactly the same. For 5 boot camps to celebrate you getting your second payout from Funded Next tonight. Diana, oh my God, guys, y'all hear Diana? She is a great success story. I'd love to get you like on the stream. Like I'm gonna start doing a thing on the stream where I can bring like members and community members on. I'd love to hear your story. I've been working with Diana for about 3 years now. Watching her change and grow her trading, it's been incredible to see her going through her journey from just going to like, she used to trade options and then turn around, got into props, and she's now just crushing payouts left and right. She's a great success story as far as like trading development goes. And she's put in the work over the years. Very, very, very cool. So IDOC donated 4 boot camps, by the way. Wait, did you want to donate some boot camps, Diana? You want to donate 5? Did you put a donation into the chat? But congratulations on your payouts, by the way. Yeah, throw a donation up there and I'll match you. You have to sign up for the super chat if you wanted to do that. So what you would do is you would go to the stream. These are people with the green text. There's a subscribe feature. Subscribe to the channel. I think it's like $5 a month or something. And then you can donate to the stream. We really appreciate your donation. What's the difference between Rapid and Legacy accounts with Funded Next? Simple. Rapid is designed to get a payout quick but smaller. Legacy is a longer payout but bigger. Rapid is 1 day to pass, 3 days to payout, so 4 days total. And then you get staged payouts of a small amount, which gets bigger each time. Legacy is 2 days to pass, 5 days to payout, and then it's uncapped fully. It's 7 days. So 7 days total versus 4 for a bigger payout. Uncapped, you can take half your balance within 30 days. And then after 30 days, you get the whole thing. Oh, so Diana, if you go below the stream, there is a button that's called Join, I think. It says join this channel. There you go. Oh, it's $6.99 a month. And you get some extra emojis and stuff. And then you can actually donate with super chat. And it lets you type a message and give a donation. And that's how you see people normally do that. Very, very, very awesome. Diana's been doing some very hard work in her trading journey. My code for Funded Next is code ROCKET right above me, by the way. Sorry, sad vendor, I didn't see that earlier. Your calls are out right. Name, look at that, crushing it with your long. Everybody, he said everybody long now. There you go. Appreciate you giving us trading call outs, my dude. Share your trading story, Liam. That'd be kind of cool, right? I'm gonna build something and start bringing guests on the stream where I can do like my face and someone else's face, and then we could like talk to each other. That'd be kind of cool, right? That's not always true for Fund and Next. They have codes to give more discount than yours does. They shouldn't. No, their sale and my sale always matches up. That's part of the contract. So early on, maybe, but this last round, like in the last couple months, it should be the same. On occasion, a prop firm might have some kind of situation where you have to use our link instead of our code, and that happens sometimes with Fund and Next. So I'll tell you guys if you do need to use the link instead of the code. But these days, they're all kind of straight now where it's just the code, yeah. Rabbit Skunk. Hey, what's up, Kevin? With MFFU, does your winning day only reset when you take a payout? Yeah, so when you take a payout, it starts over. Yeah, it's 5 days between payouts. In MFFU, it's cap payout. On the core, it's $1,000 every 5 days. On the rapid, it's $6,000 every 5 days. And then the pro, it's $80,000 every 14 days, and then you pass. Or after 30 days of winning, you go live. So rapid has no cap trader. As soon as you get to, I forget how many payouts, you go uncapped. I think it's 5 or something. Yeah, there's Fund and Next has no payout cap at all, period. Hey, Mr. Name, appreciate you being in chat, sharing your ideas. I'll give you a piece of advice. If you frame it as investment advice, you're telling people you may hold, this is your only warning. We'll have to remove you from chat if you give people instructions to trade. I know you're talking about streaming, giving callouts, but it's actually illegal to do that, to give investment advice. So, and it's also I'm held to the standard that if I allow it in chat and I don't police it, they slap me on the wrist too. So this is your little warning. Talk about what you want to do, but don't tell other people what to do. Or you gotta, we have to just educate you on that. We're not like, there's actually a precedent that you can't say, oh, well, people in my Discord were telling each other what to trade. They go, yeah, but you're the Discord owner. You're actually you're actually responsible for what's inside of your purview and what you have control over. So you guys can't give now, although you're not soliciting for money. If you give advice to more than 14 people, you have to have a license, a rolling 1 year period. If you don't have a Series 3 license, then I gotta kind of tell you, you can't tell people. So say like, hey, I'm long in at 6,800, or you didn't do anything wrong, my brother. I don't think you did. I'm just saying for the stream, we have exchange agreements and shit. They make us police it. I know it sucks, but you got to say like, I'm buying 6,800, I'm shorting 6,800, whatever. Phrase it like that. You're good to go. We love you. Appreciate the participation for sure. All right. You can give advice up to 14 people before you have to go register with the NFA. Or if you accept a fee for your advice, you have to register, period. So you can give investment advice for free to as many people as you want under your First Amendment right, as long as you're not charging for it. If you're charging for it after 14, you have to go register as a CTA and go get yourself an NFA ID and all that stuff. The reason it's 14 is so that you don't have to go register with the NFA if you are managing your grandpa's money or something, or you and your sister are pulling your money together to trade. Friends and family. That's actually the rule. But you can give as much free investment advice as you want, but under the purview of this chat receiving money, like super chats and subscription and stuff. Why is 14 the number? That's pretty much it, to keep it small. Like if you're a small outfit, sometimes people manage their parents' money, or the parents manage the kids' money until they're 18 and stuff like that. So you can go start like a little family commodity pool, you and your brother, your sister, your niece and nephew. And the family pulls their money together and invest it as a group. You don't got to go get a NFAID and all that stuff. You can skirt the requirement. But that's when it comes to investing other people's money or managing money or giving investment advice as an advisor. But if it's free, you can give advice to tens of millions of people for free. You're not charging for it. You're in nobody's jurisdiction. Nobody can punish you for freedom of speech. So you can go out there and tell anybody you want, hey, buy Apple today. Everyone buy Apple. Apple's a great buy. And they're going to say, hey, you can't say that. You can say anything you want. But if it, like I have a business and I'm accepting money, now I'm under the regulatory umbrella. You buy Super Chat for the boot camps? Oh, yes, Diana. There's you go to Super Chat and it lets you donate a certain amount. Do I have a Series 7? Nope. No Series 7. Nope. I'm just pure old, no investment advice, free speech live stream. Do I have Discord? Yeah, it's the description below. The link is in the description. Yeah, so you're registered and they tell you all the time you have more rules than lawyers and doctors. Yeah, that's why I need to go get a license. Because then you're held to all these standards that require you to do a whole bunch of different things. And my business isn't giving financial advice or anything. So it'd be a useless regulatory hurdle that doesn't really even do anything because our business doesn't need it. Yeah. Diana, oh, with 100. Oh yeah, we gotta do boot camps. Okay, let's give away a bunch of boot camps today. Diana is celebrating all of her payouts, and her payout story has been fantastic. She's gone through the boot camp a handful of times, and she's donating $100 to community. iDoc donated 20 earlier, so that's 4. Diana is donating 100. That is 5. And I'm going to match you by donating 300. So I'm going to donate 15 more boot camps on top of you. I'll pay 300 to community. I match 3 to 1. Member donation. So I'll donate 300. That's awesome. Really appreciate that, Diana. You have one hell of a story, and I really love for you to share it sometime. Okay. Rock Scooter Bootcamp starts on Monday. We have this habit of people going through it and getting payouts and buying it for strangers. It's so incredible what this community has done. They love our bootcamp so much. They buy it for you, and they don't even know you. Type in bootcamp, guys. We're going to give away 24 bootcamps. There's probably, and only if you haven't taken it before. First timers only. You have to go. Techno Lobster, what's up? All right, bud. I'll see you later, man. I'm going to give you guys about like 2 minutes to type in bootcamp. You only have to type it in one time. Trust me, your name will only show up once. Promise you that. All right. 1 more minute to go. Type in a boot camp, everybody. Spectacular Rich, love what you're sharing with us, Matt. Thank you. Yeah, of course. as much as I've been trying to buy this dip and get a good trade out of it, there has not been any sort of signal. Good one. Market still feels bullish. S&P still pressing all-time highs, which is great. No downside in this market. That's for sure. But this was just one of those days where the signal is just weird and the volatility is still there that anything can happen. Okay, I'm about to get you guys the winners list. A lot of people are probably trying to short this, man. Like dip, squeeze up. Dip, squeeze up. That has been the going trend, man. Crazy. Okay. All right, you champions and future champions in training. I am now closing the entries. That's it. Oh, somebody just got in. Okay, now closing the entries. I just saw one pop up. All right, that's it. That's it. Okay. Your fate will be decided. The almighty ChatGPT. Okay, not ChatGPT. ChatGPT. Okay. Choose. 24 of you will get to come to the bootcamp for free. Now, if you haven't come to the bootcamp before and you don't win, bootcamp is only $20 total. It is $1 a class, period. And I will argue that this will be the best trading education you'll ever get. Let's go. The winners are, if your name is called, you're going to need to go to my Discord, go to the contest channel, contact Slacks or admin, and then he will hook you up. Hold on. Yeah. Mick's son, Alu Prata, King Priest, Rennie Walker, Peter Chalmers. Hold 1 second. I have Scoliosis, RPS Capital, Alec Hartman, Rimpy Sharma, Jalai John, Louisiana, Albu Trades, Rule, Robert Claypool, Breach Detected, Clay Patterson, Augustin Scriban, Crypto Burpee, Luck, Alberto Escobar, O Peter X, Messiah, Mello, and Keegan Trades. Congrats. You guys are all the winners. It's $20 a month. Starting from the moment you use the code that we give you. And you can come to the bootcamp. The bootcamp is a 2-month-long process, but really the core of it's 17 days. After the core, we take a break, then we do some bonus lessons and bonus classes just to keep you guys going. And every 2 months, we start the bootcamp all over and repeat. The bootcamp has gotten us rave reviews from all the people who have taken it. It is a very comprehensive lesson in day trading. It goes over all the basics. I will actually show you what's behind the veil that you guys can see what it is. My thought is, if you're going to learn something, make it the price of a book. It's not $10,000 to go through my bootcamp and my training. It's not $1,000. It's not even $100. $20 times the thousands of people that take it is enough to pay the employees that run it. And it's pretty much a free thing if you're a member of the platform. If you buy our platform or use our platform monthly, this is even free. It's a free service for those. If you don't want to pay the $200 a month for the platform and instead you want to just learn, then it's only $20. Okay. We teach you probabilities in the market. The first class is enough to get people like, okay, this is something different. It's very different. We teach you a hypothetical, unbeatable trading strategy as a benchmark to help you decide and see what it is you're doing wrong. It's a hypothetical. It's not a real trading strategy. It's called the blind monkey strategy. The thought experiment to teach you a different thought process in trading. We dive right into position sizing mechanics and with the risk interval, that number I showed you guys this morning, that magic number that the market structure seems to just follow. That's the core of everything. Then we give you position sizing calculators, some PDFs with all the probabilities of some of the things we do. And then we tell you essentially what we call the surviving 20 days thing. It's a whole thing that's part of the bootcamp, and it's going to change how you think about markets in general. Then we dive into liquidity maps and volume flow analysis. We give you the probabilities, the setups that we do. We teach you how resilience works, how monthly maps forecast 3 months in advance. And each one of these is a different day. Strongest bull and bear setups, and we give you all these handouts. That way you can follow along on the stream, even if you don't have the platform. You know what it is, what I'm doing. This is how I determine if I'm a bull or a bear, and it's all here. Every handout has instructions and reasons and a video that goes with it and the setups and the probabilities. And we go all the way down to how to adjust your position for volatility and things like that. Very detailed. And like I said, the whole thing is the price of a book, $20. And if you haven't done it, please sign up for it if you'd like to do it, because it starts on Monday. Here's the link for it. Let me give it to you guys. You don't want to miss a day. If you want to get in, we're going to start it. It's every 2 months. If you don't start by Monday, you got to wait 2 months to try again. And bootcamp has become a thing. This is the link for it, by the way. Oops, hold on. Wait, that's not the link. The bootcamp. Here's the link for the bootcamp. My bad. Here it is. And every single time we do it, people buy it for other people. This is kind of like the tradition here. And this time around, we've given 184 free seats to bootcamp number 13, which starts on Monday. So 184 people are going to take the bootcamp for free. We kind of just give it away to most of the community. The next 2 month period would be 2-ish months from now, usually 2 months or later. Holidays but's official. Since it does intercept with the holidays, it's a very high likelihood that we don't start again until the new year. Like I wouldn't be starting the boot camp on, December the, 10th or whatever. We don't want to interrupt the boot camp with the holidays. So usually around the holidays, we don't have strong boot camp. This one is going to end before Thanksgiving. So then after that, we're going to take a break probably till the first of the year. Yeah. So go to contest in the Discord. Yeah. So if you won, go to contest in the Discord and then take a screenshot of your YouTube ID and then message our admin named Slacks and it'll hook you up with the code. Bootcamp starts at market close plus 10 minutes every day. We watch the pre-recorded videos together, and then every once in a while we re-record the videos with newer content. This bootcamp, we will be re-recording a lot of the videos with the newer version of the platform. And a Zoom call every day for 17 days, and you get to the end. It is a thought experiment and a thought process, mindset change, everything, and it's all designed to stack on top of itself. You don't have to be an advanced trader or anything. It starts from scratch. We teach you a concept, and the next day we teach you one more thing on top of that, and one more thing on top of that, and then we build you a foundation. Yeah, you can book it now, bud. Start on Monday. Bootcamp is every day. It's roughly an hour to 2 hours, give or take. The first 2 classes, you need to book 2 hours because the first 2 were long. Every other class is about an hour. But after each class, we do trade analysis for the following evening, and I talk about my overnight plans just to give you guys examples of how I would plan trades. So usually when I'm like long out the door and somebody's like, hey, did you long the market? Did you let us know, or were you, you know? And I'm like, yeah, in boot camp, I tell people, hey, I'm gonna long out the door or something like that. Do A+ levels work 90% in bear market period? No. The recent back test that one of our own members independently provided so far for hedge pressure in bear markets or non-ideal markets, these are the probabilities of the A's and the A+. A+, we don't have for zones, but we assume the zones will probably be very similar because they're just as strong as monthly hedge pressure. Non-ideal, and this is the bear market. This is from April of this year. In the bear market, monthly hedge pressure held 73% of the time, and weekly hedge pressure held 68%. So in a bear market, it's roughly 70%. A+ is a 70, and the A is also a 70 in ideal conditions. A non-ideal, so bear market, for instance, yeah. If you can't make the lives, you could always watch the videos. And we re-record the videos, we publish them, and you can just watch the videos yourself at your own time. The live just gives you me there to answer questions while we go through it together. Yeah. You back after due diligence with the list, you're down TPT and MFF. Hard to decide. Any help, please? Very simple. TPT is trailing drawdown once funded. My funded futures is end of the day once funded. I would say that as an entry, TPT is a faster payout by a day. My funded futures is cheaper for lesser payout. That's really the rock, paper, scissors. But in all honesty, side by side, TPT and my funded is like, do you like tomato sauce or cream sauce on your pasta? It's kind of like they're so different. You really can't compare. It's up to you. Trailing drawdown versus end of the day drawdown is the major choice between the two of those. And so if you ask my opinion, I don't do trailing drawdowns, but the people here do because it's a faster track to payout. And then you can kind of like YOLO your accounts for this big daily payout. That's the huge selling point for TPT. I say this saying that TPT is probably where most people go for the first time. When you get more established and kind of like better and you're willing to spend a little bit more money, my funded futures becomes like a lot of people's permanent home because the perks that come with like the higher costs and stuff. Yeah. But both are extremely, like, again, they're in our top three. So it's like of the 1,000 prop firms out there, you're basically comparing prop firm number 1 to prop firm number 3, in my opinion. And it's like, how do you compare the two? They're both S tier. It's a really tough decision. I say more people here use take profit, if that helps you make your decision. Take profit's easier to get into. I would say as an intermediate trader or a beginner trader. Yeah. So like I said, it's really hard to choose. I'm partial. Personally, I've never used take profit, but going off the community, everyone here uses take profit. This is our second most used code, much more than my funded, and people here love it. I've traded with my funded. It's flawless. I've never had a problem with it. I'm actually live with my funded futures now. If I'm very new to the boot camp, you don't have to have any knowledge, Josh. We start from square one. Your first lesson is talking about a blind monkey throwing darts at a dartboard. It makes you think, and it's designed to be very easily understood and digestible. Yeah. Very not complex. It doesn't require any trading knowledge. We start you from square one, like your first day. I'd like to become a day trader. We walk you in pretty slow, and then we ramp you up. Does my funded future provide daily payouts? It does not. Not like TPT does. What are my top 3 prop firms? My funded next, TPT, ETF, and then Tradeify, in that order. As far as value, I think. And TPT and ETF are, I think, sort of neck and neck. TPT has a better, I guess, history with the community of being consistent. ETF has had lots of changes, but good changes. So like the evolving portion of ETF is like more of a, okay, they just changed some rules. are they going to change something again? But they're changing for the better, which is good. TBT has been like, this is what it's been, and it's pretty fixed for a while. But yeah, those 5 that I listed are all pretty much top of the line, I would say. Is it actually daily payout? Yeah, once you get past your target, you can get daily payouts. So I don't know, because I don't trade TPT. These guys here will be able to answer that question for you. Once you qualify for payout, it's daily payout. So somebody will have to like tell you guys more, because I've never done it. Can somebody here answer that question? Yeah, lifetime 2500 is still active. This is the last day you can use it, by the way. What's the answer? Best way to absorb the boot camp is the best way you absorb anything. Try to get one class ahead of the professor. This is a great piece of advice for anything you're ever going to do learning. Try to always get one step ahead. That way, when you hear it a second time, you're not just trying to take notes, you're actually recalling and you learn it faster. So I say try to watch one video in advance and then stay one video ahead, and then show up with pen and paper and just absorb, and take notes. You have to get daily, so in TPT, you have to hit your profit target and then you get daily payouts, or is it daily payouts from the very first day? That's the question. Because I've never done it, I don't know the answer to it. Did I like ES more from the start? I did, because ES had a higher resilience, right? It was the stronger of the two. Oh, so anything above your buffer you can take out. So you have to trade for like 5 days total after you pass, right? Or 4 days total after you pass, right? It's 2 days eval and then 4 days of trading. How many days of trading until you get to, or the buffer, you can't get it in, or can you get it in 1 day? Oh, above buffer day 1. Okay, so why are people saying 6 days? What does that come from? Oh, it's 5 days on eval. Oh, okay, that's why. Now I know. Okay, I'm an idiot. It's 5 days on eval with 50% consistency. So 2 days to pass, 3 days to flip, and then 1 day to pay out. That's it. Let me say that again so I commit that to memory. Message Slacks, SLACKS in Discord. So they make you wait 5 days to pass your eval, but you can pass it in 2 and flip the other 3. And then you get payouts from day 1 as long as you pass your buffer. That's why people love TPT, because you can freaking, once you pass your eval, you can just YOLO that account to get out after your buffer for a payout. So I bet a lot of people like freaking cherry bomb that account on day 1 on a big trade and just go all in and get a payout that afternoon. No consistency either when funded. Yeah, only on the eval side. Yeah. YOLO 15 minis. I'm sure people do that. I wouldn't be surprised. All right, guys, I got to run. It's now time for My Funded TV. Don't go anywhere, though. Let me give you guys a link to join. I'm about to be live on My Funded TV with my Lunch Money with Matt segment. Drop the link in chat for y'all. Feel free to join in and support that community. They do giveaways pretty much right when we tune in at the start of that. So join this. They do giveaways pretty much every day. Here's the link. I'm posting like 1,000,000 times. Oh,